Hello, everybody, and welcome inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, and we are set for Week 7 of high school football across the state of Ohio. Started out last night with a couple of Thursday games. My playmakers inside the huddle, Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor, also from cleveland.com. Guys, this is the time when playoff pushes start.
Yeah, we're kind of through the let's find out who these teams are phase. Now we're into Week 7. If you're going to make the playoffs, you better make your move right now.
Let's take a look at what games we'll be covering and some of the featured games that we'll be talking about. We have cleveland.com reporters all over the place. Mayfield and Chardon, Hilltoppers, unbeaten. Stow and Hudson, Bulldogs, unbeaten. Hobin against Padua, that's an interesting matchup. Hobin's lone losses to St. Ed's. St. Ignatius and Canton, GlenOak, a couple of teams trying to duke it out for Division I, Region I playoff seeding. Midview taking on Olmsted Falls. Cleveland Heights against unbeaten Bedford, unbeaten Upper Arlington against Hilliard, Davidson, Solon, Strongsville, and unbeaten Brecksville against North Royalton. Chris Fedor, let's check in with you. Of these, which game grabs your attention as we start Week 7 Friday night?
Guys, I'm focused on that Hobin-Padua game. Look, we know about Hobin. We've talked about Hobin a number of times here on this program. Danny Clark was going to Ohio State. Now it's back open. Todd Sibley, Pittsburgh kid. So tons of playmakers there for Hobin. Tons of firepower offensively and defensively. But to me, Padua is one of the biggest stories in Northeast Ohio. A team that went 1-9 a season ago, 4-2 this season, and they're coming off a huge win against Walsh Jesuit. The last time Padua beat Walsh Jesuit before last week, the contact lens was not even invented yet. That's how long ago it was. So now you're talking about taking on a Hobin team, and Padua hasn't beaten Hobin since 2011. It's an opportunity for Padua not just to measure themselves against Hobin, but to find out where this program is under new head coach Polvasic.
Yeah, and he's a guy that's had success at Elyria Catholic. So Coach Mike Polvasic, very good head football coach. Again, Hobin, kind of a different animal in Division III, though. That's a team that really could be unbeaten if not for a blocked field goal against St. Ed's, where the kid actually blocked it with his helmet. Let's be honest, it was kind of like a header in soccer. He blocked it with his helmet, but it got it done. The Eagles blocked the field goal at the end of the game to save that victory. Dan Lobby, what grabs your attention in this week?
I like this Cleveland Heights at Bedford game. Bedford is undefeated. They're in Division II, so if they can beat a Division I team in Cleveland Heights, that kind of helps cement them as a playoff team. And I mean, there's just athletes all over the place. You've got Arshawn Wilson-Boone for Bedford, and he's got a 3-star wide receiver, and Trent Cloud, who's going to Toledo. But then on the other side, you get to Cleveland Heights. They were a goal line stand from being 0-3. They got a goal line stand. They started 0-4 last year, so that was big for them, and they've run off 4 wins in a row. It starts with Cam Seawrights, their quarterback, who transferred in from West Geauga, who's put up big numbers. Jaylen Harris, listen to his top 5. Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan State, Tennessee, Penn State. So this is as big time a recruit as there is in Northeast Ohio. There should be a lot of points in this game, and this is a huge game for Cleveland Heights, who's sitting at 9th right now in Region 1.
And head coach for Cleveland Heights, Max Stevens, former NFL guy, played a couple years in the NFL, so instant credibility, getting that program headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and they're missing Tyreek Smith, too, who's been hurt. He got hurt before Week 2 in a practice, so they're missing one of their best players, and they've still been able to rattle off 4 wins in a row.
But I'm glad that you bring up Arshawn Wilson-Boone, because it was a couple of days ago I actually got a tweet. Somebody hit me on Twitter saying, why aren't you talking more about Bedford and Arshawn Wilson-Boone? So for the person that tweeted me, might have been his dad, might have been one of the coaches, not sure, didn't want to go into that.
You see the number, give us a call. We'll talk about Arshawn Wilson-Boone if you want to give us a call. But really, the Bedford Bearcats, unbeaten on the year, one of the top teams in the state in Division II without question. They'll get a good test tonight. Cleveland Heights is a team that's got playmakers all over the place. It will be a good football game. Well, another good football game from the Federal League. Hoover trying to get things righted, taking on Uniontown Lake. And we have a student reporter, Andrew Triner, is going to give us a preview of the Hoover Vikings taking on the Uniontown Lake Blue Streaks.
Triner back here at Hoover for tonight's game against the 4-2 Uniontown Lake Blue Streaks and the 3-3 North Canton Hoover Vikings. Hoover 3-3, Lake 4-2, both looking for their first Federal League win of the season. Hoover had his signature win back in week 3 over Akron East, 50-20, while Lake had his signature win in week 3 as well, over 5-1 Copley. Having lost their last 3 to GlenOak, McKinley, and Perry, the Hoover Vikings are looking to get back on track tonight, led by senior quarterback John Keller. While Lake, on the other hand, is also trying to get back on track, having lost their last 2 to the McKinley Bulldogs and the Jackson Polar Bears, both in the final minutes. Lake tonight is led by quarterback Owen Goodhart. It should be a good one here for 2 teams looking for their first Federal League win of the season.
All right, and that is one of our student reporters, Andrew Triner from Hoover. Nice job, Andrew. We're going to stay in the Federal League, kind of. It's an out-of-conference matchup. Canton GlenOak in the Federal League taking on St. Ignatius. Ryan Isley has that one covered. Take it away, Ryan.
Welcome to Canton, Ohio. I'm Ryan Isley for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle. Tonight, the GlenOak Golden Eagles host the St. Ignatius Wildcats. GlenOak enters the game ranked number 6 in the computer rankings in Division I, Region 1, while St. Ignatius enters ranked 8th in the same region. The GlenOak Golden Eagles come in having lost last week to Massillon Jackson, but having won 3 in a row before that. St. Ignatius enters this game having played 5 opponents from the state of Ohio and having gone running clock against all 5 of those opponents, meaning they have won by 30 or more in each game. You can check back on Twitter or Friday Night Huddle for highlights of this game as the night progresses.
All right, Ryan Isley, I feel like I should say something about Lambeau Field with the music in the background there at GlenOak.
Can we get that music for all his updates?
We'll be checking in with Ryan Isley again. Let's check in with Jeff Szabo from Solon Education TV. He has the Solon Comets taking on the Strongsville Mustangs. Jeff, what's going on?
My name is Jeff Szabo. I'm here for the Friday Night Huddle as the Solon Comets. They are 5-1 during this regular season. They are coming off a huge victory over the Menor Cardinals 1 week ago. That was a 37-8 victory on the road. The Comets are going to continue their road trip tonight against the 1-5 Strongsville Mustangs. This Comets team, they have dominated this series in recent past, and they're looking to continue to play their great defense, which has really stepped up this entire season. Davion Parker, Matt Brown, Casey Maniglia, they're the leaders here on this Solon defense. And then also taking a look on offense, Joe Bubonics, still starting in at quarterback. He had 2 rushing touchdowns last week. Keep an eye out for number 34, Thomas Wilkes. 11 touchdowns on the year. He's the leading touchdown scorer for the Comets. This Strongsville team struggling a little bit. 1-5 overall this season, however. They managed to keep it pretty close against Shaker Heights. They are looking to rebound tonight against a very tough Comets team, so don't count them out. We're going to have all the action and the highlights starting at 7 o'clock on the Friday Night Huddle.
All right, Jeff Szabo and the Solon Comets, one of those teams in Division I, Region 1 who's in really, really good shape. They're fighting to host a first-round playoff game. Got to be in the top 4 of those 8 to get that first-round host game.
And Jeff mentioned the Comets' dominance over Strongsville recently. You got to go back to 2008, the last time the Mustangs got Solon. So Solon going in one direction, Strongsville going in the opposite direction. As you mentioned, Solon right there in the running for a home playoff game, something that they would probably want to have in loaded Division I, Region 1. You want as many things in your advantage as possible when you get into that kind of playoff scenario.
Without question. And the Solon Comets are very, very tough to beat at Stewart Field, their home field. Although, having said that, Stow did get them at Solon by 3 in a game. Solon was going down to potentially tie, maybe even win late, and then fumbled the football. So that's the lone loss of the Comets this season. And if you're Coach Jim McQuaid and the Solon Comets, you've got to come out and play very good. It's, you knew Menor was going to give you everything you wanted. You can't let down. That's the big thing for the teams that are at that top echelon of Division I, Region 1. No letdown.
And you look at Strongsville, their record is not very good, but look at the teams they've played. Avon is 6-0, Hudson is 5-1, Shaker Heights, Medina, Euclid, and they've played some of these teams fairly close. They've gotten blown out in a couple games, but they lost to Avon by 7. So this is a team that even though they've only won 1 game, they've played some very good opponents, and they can give you a tough game if you let them hang around.
Another game that we're covering is the Mayfield and Chardon game, and Chardon is one of those teams that I find very interesting. I'd heard from a number of people before the season ever started keep your eye on Chardon in Division II because this team is loaded again. Coached by a Chardon alum, Mitch Hewitt, who was part of a Chardon team that won a state championship a few years back in the 90s. And they run the wing tee. They run it really well. It's hard to defend that because you can't simulate the speed of it. Now, having said that, Chardon kind of gets knocked down a little bit in some people's eyes because the schedule isn't the toughest. But again, you can only play the teams that are on your schedule, and they've beaten the teams pretty convincingly that are on their schedule to this point.
Right, that's what it comes down to. They've only beaten one team with a record above 500. It was West Geauga, 28-0, but their average margin of victory is 44 points. And I think the fascinating thing, guys, about tonight's game between Mayfield and Chardon, so Chardon has won 10 of its last 12 games dating back to last year. They've lost twice. You know who that team was? Mayfield. Both times. Once in the regular season and then once in the postseason. So it's been a down year for the Wildcats, but it's a team in Mayfield that has been able to be that hurdle for Chardon that Chardon can't get over to this point.
Well, we have a cleveland.com reporter. Tim Bielik is our man on the scene for Mayfield and Chardon. Let's check in with Tim.
As we look deeper into tonight's game, the Wildcats come in with a 3-3 record, but they have won 3 of their last 4 under first-year coach Ross Bandera. And a win tonight for the Wildcats and running back Michael Canganelli would do wonders for their playoff chances, capitalizing on Chardon's 6 wins. For the Hilltoppers, ranked number 5 in the cleveland.com divisional rankings to Division II, it's all about quarterback Tommy Beninati, already rushing for nearly 1,000 yards and a team-high 12 touchdowns for this run-heavy Hilltopper offense, which has been so tough to stop.
All right, Tim Bielik. And Dan, I told you there are a number of people that told me, you got to watch out for Chardon, you got to watch out for Chardon. And they kept telling me about the quarterback, Beninati. And I'm like, is that kid on the 8-year plan? And they're like, no. It was his brother, TJ. This is Tommy. So it's a brother running that wing tee and doing it pretty well.
Probably got some knowledge passed on to him because you've got to really know how to be a leader, to know what you're doing when you're running that offense. Like I said, his brother was probably passing on all kind of knowledge. And here's the thing. If you're an opposing coach looking at Chardon, you're probably wondering, how are we going to score? They've given up more than 10 points. They've given up more than 7 points once.
Yep.
They've got a couple of shutouts. So it's not just that rushing attack. It's that defense, too.
And they control the ball for so long because of that rushing attack. And I think the funny thing is, so far this season, Beninati, 12 passes completed. 12 all season long. For some people, that's one game. For some people, that's one half. He's got 12 all season long. But you know what? Half are for touchdowns. So when he has to make a play through the air, he's been able to do that, especially in scoring position. It's that misdirection, it's that counterbalance, and it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, there are a couple coaches that run that wing tee that convince their guys if you do a double handoff, it's the equivalent of a completed pass. And I'm like, if you can do that, go with it. I'll buy it. The kids were buying it, so they, but it's precision, and what it does is it penalizes aggressiveness and getting out of your assignment.
Yep.
And think about it. If you can make kids stay within their assignment, you're doing a heck of a job. 17, 18-year-old kids, everybody wants to go make a play.
Yeah, and it's like, we talked about this last week, it's like basketball. When you're playing man-to-man defense in basketball, you've got to know your assignment and you've got to stick on that guy. And every now and again, maybe you kind of get caught reaching as a guy drives by you or something and you get beat. You've just got to make sure that you've got your man and you stay on him.
Well, another game that we are following with a student reporter is Sandy Valley and Tuscarora Central Catholic. Our Ty Suchik has a preview of Sandy Valley in TCC.
All right, hello, welcome everybody. Ty Suchik, Stephen Means. Steve, how you feeling today?
I'm good. We're here to watch some football tonight. It's going to be a great time.
It's definitely going to be a great time. Well, tonight we got Tuscarora Central Catholic versus Sandy Valley. You followed Steve and I last week. We're at Sandy Valley as they knocked off the East Canton Hornets 41-7, and their quarterback, Nelson Mosen, looked amazing.
Yeah, Mosen was a key component of why they got their first league win last week. Another league game tonight. See if they can get it done.
All right, both teams enter the game at 4-2. Tuscarora Central Catholic 2-1 in conference play, and on the other hand, Sandy Valley at 1-2 in conference play, looking to even it out for their conference play schedule right now tonight. So it's going to be a lot of fun, high-scoring action tonight?
Yeah, both of these teams, high-powered offenses, close to 1,500 passing yards each team, close to 800 rushing yards per team. So, yeah, expect a high-scoring game. This isn't going to be one that's in the low 20s. It's going to be in the high 20s, low 30s most likely.
Well, you heard it first. Expect a high-scoring game. Hopefully defenses can keep up. We'll catch you later.
All right, we'll check back in with Ty, Sandy Valley, and TCC, Tuscarora Central Catholic. Another game that we have a cleveland.com reporter at, Midview and Olmsted Falls. The scoreboard figures to be blowing up at this one. Mike Fitzpatrick has a preview.
This is Mike Fitzpatrick, cleveland.com reporting. We are here at Olmsted Falls. Are getting ready to take on Midview in a big Southwestern Conference showdown. Midview 5-1, 4-1 in the conference. Olmsted Falls 5-1, 4-1 in the conference. It's going to be the ground game of Olmsted Falls, led by their senior running back Spencer Linville, who has about 800 yards rushing, going against the air and running attack of the Middies, led by their senior quarterback Kent State recruit Dustin Crum, who's thrown for 1,500 yards this year and run for more than 700. Once again, Olmsted Falls looking to spring the upset here on homecoming. Mike Fitzpatrick, cleveland.com reporting.
You see the pink ribbon, that's a symbol for breast cancer awareness. Of course, October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we will see that throughout some of the games that we're covering tonight. Always a great foundation that does that. The other thing that kind of jumps out about that game is if you're going to beat Midview, running the football is a pretty good way to do that. You keep the offense off of the field. Otherwise, you're just going to have to outscore them, and it's going to be a basketball score. Those are the two ways you can beat a high-flying offense like Midview.
Yeah, that's really difficult to do, but if there is a team that can score with them, it's Olmsted Falls. 75-38 last week against Berea Mid-Park. It was 48-32 at the half. 75 points, and there wasn't a running clock in that game. Yeah, I think if anyone is in that press box with one of those old score sheets and a pencil, I hope they have about just a notebook full of them, because they're going to fill that thing up tonight.
And tell Mike Fitzpatrick to get comfortable, because he's going to be there till about 10:30. So we'll check in with him really late in the show, because that's going to be a high-scoring game. Well, another game that's very interesting, Chris touched on it earlier, Hobin and Padua. Our Nate Klein has a preview. He's our man on the scene for Hobin and Padua.
Hey, I'm Nathaniel. I'm out here in Parma for the North Coast League Blue Division matchup between the Archbishop Hobin Knights and the Padua Bruins. Now tonight, Hobin wants to be able to control the game through all four quarters. Coach Tim Terrell felt like there was probably one quarter or two that they were missing in some of these games, and they want to be able to control the game through all four quarters. Now, whereas with Padua, they want to be able to control the running game. They want to be able to control the clock. They feel like if they do that, they could probably pull out a Blue Division win tonight.
All right, Nate Klein with the Padua and Hobin game. You know, the guys, the interesting thing from seeing Hobin a couple times is, the offense gets a lot of the publicity because of Danny Clark and Todd Sibley, and those guys are very good players. That defense is fast, it's aggressive, it plays hard, it plays quick, and it plays physical. And that's the reason that they're a Division III state championship contender, is that defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing, guys, that separates a legitimate state championship contender with a team that's probably just a one-and-done playoff team is the fact that they have the defense to balance out the offense, or they have the offense to go with that defense. And Hobin has both. You mentioned all the weapons that they have offensively, and we've talked about that as well, but they've yet to allow more than 14 points in a single game. I mean, that's impressive if you think about some of the teams that they've played against, like Canton McKinley, like St. Ed's, like St. Vincent St. Mary in the rivalry game. So it's not like they're beating up on this lesser competition, and that's the reason that their defense looks so strong and intimidating. No, it's just because it's that good, and it's been tested against some of these great teams, and it's holding up, and it's standing up to all of those tests that they've had so far.
And you mentioned Eds and McKinley. Those are two teams that are legitimate Division I, Region I host teams. So those are guys that are top of the top in the toughest Division I region, without question.
Yeah, Hobin is one of those teams that when we get to the end of December, or the beginning of December, we're going to look at them and say, man, I wish we could get like one more week of football where they play whoever the Division I state champion is. I think they're certainly in the running for being one of the most complete teams in the state of Ohio. We're kind of in an era of gimmicky offenses, and they just run a pro-style offense. They have a defense that plays solid defense. Like I said, they've got to be one of the most complete teams, right up there with like it's a St. Ignatius in the state of Ohio.
And here's the interesting thing. Kevin Peterson, the junior quarterback for Padua, he's thrown for just over 1,000 yards, 14 touchdowns on the year. Following last week's game, the win against Walsh Jesuit, head coach Mike Polvasic said, I think Kevin Peterson is one of those names you're going to start hearing around Northeast Ohio. He has all the qualities and attributes of a leader, and he can play football. Well, one of the ways that you get yourself named following a game like this against Hobin is showing out against this kind of defense. It's going to be a tough test, probably the toughest test that Padua has had, and Peterson has had himself. But if you want that kind of notice, if you want to be talked about in Northeast Ohio, put up some numbers, run some offense against Hobin, you'll get your recognition.
You will get noticed in a hurry, without question. Another game that we are covering with a cleveland.com reporter, it's Stow at Hudson, a Suburban League clash, backyard rivals, and Matt Gould has this one covered for us. Matt.
This is Matt Gould for cleveland.com, coming from Hudson Memorial Stadium, where the Explorers, with a 5-1 record, 3-0 in the Suburban League National Division. They are ranked number 23 in our cleveland.com Ohio Super 25 and are playing host to the undefeated Stow Bulldogs, last year's state semifinalists, who are ranked number 4 in our Super 25 for the state. It's a big game for regional playoff purposes and for, of course, the Suburban League National Division. Both teams are 3-0, as I said, and they are sharing that lead with Brecksville, which is also unbeaten coming into tonight. This game was a low-scoring game last year. I believe 17-7 was the score. I kind of feel like that could be the same thing again with this matchup. Stow's got a lot of back. A lot of players back on that defensive side. I believe not 10 total starters in all from last year, and they've played pretty well so far. But looking at Hudson, Matt Restifo is back in the lineup. Came back a couple weeks ago after missing 2 games to injury. Hudson is starting to pick up after they had that loss to Canton McKinley earlier in the year, and I'm expecting a low-scoring game because of the defenses, but I'm giving the edge to Stow. We'll see if I'm wrong, and looking forward to this one.
And that is definitely one of the games that we will be keeping an eye on all night long. Stow and Hudson, 5-1 Hudson hosting 6-0 Stow. A battle of Super 25 teams, and we'll take a look at that Super 25 in a little bit. But that's a game that jumped out at the beginning of the year. Was played on a Thursday night with the state watching a year ago. Close game. Actually, Hudson had a chance to tie it at the end of the game, and Stow's defense came up with a big play to win it by 7.
Yeah, got a second put back on the clock and had a shot at the end zone. But, you know, for Stow, that ended a 7-game losing streak to Hudson. And for so long, as they've tried to build that program, Hudson has kind of been the model. That's the team they've wanted to be, and they just haven't been able to beat them. Last year, they were able to finally get over that hump. They made it to the state semifinals, and now I'm sure they don't want to travel that 10 minutes between schools and give any of that back. They want to go to Hudson, and they want to beat them for a second time in a row and kind of flip the tables on what that rivalry has been over the years.
And I can't wait to see this from Hudson's perspective, because as Matt was talking about the defense of the Explorers in the last 3 games, 7-0-6, that's what they've allowed. However, the one time that they've gone up against an offense very similar to this Stow offense, Canton McKinley, Hudson gave up 51 against Canton McKinley. So you know that was a wake-up call. That was something where the coaches are saying, all right, we got to regroup. We've got to do some things defensively different. They have been doing those different, but this is probably the toughest test offensively that Hudson has faced to this point, the Stow offense. We saw it last week, guys. Right there, neck and neck with Twinsburg at halftime, and they just explode in the second half. So, you know, you got to make sure that you find a way to stay close and attached to Stow, because it can get away from you in a hurry.
Yeah, no question about it. One of the things we love about the Friday Night Huddle, we use student reporters. We have one from North Royalton. Valerie Garrett checks in. Valerie, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Valerie Garrett from cleveland.com, and we're here at the North Royalton Stadium versus Brecksville versus North Royalton for our homecoming meet. And we're here for a Friday Night Huddle, and we'll keep you guys updated, and we'll do it by quarter, by our halftime, and we'll just keep you updated. My name's Val, and I hope to see you soon.
All right, Valerie Garrett checking in from North Royalton, playing the unbeaten Brecksville Bees. Another one of those suburban league battles. Brecksville trying to earn some respect. I don't know if there's a less respected unbeaten team in the area. They're unbeaten. They're 6-0.
There might be one. Yeah. Might be one playing tomorrow against Canton McKinley, not to bring that up again. But you're absolutely right. I think so many people are just waiting for Brecksville to get that kind of validation. I don't know that they got it last week, even though they beat Nordonia.
Right.
And they lost to Nordonia last year because Nordonia is having what some people perceive as a down year. And they look at that record and they see a 2-4 and they say, okay, well, an undefeated team beating a 2-4 team, is that really that big of a deal? But Brecksville just keeps chugging along with that offense. Luke Sternad, one of the better quarterbacks in Northeast Ohio, and they have controlled this rivalry. Brecksville, Broadview Heights, the last time North Royalton won, 2012, when the Bears went to the playoffs.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is Brecksville will get tested the last couple weeks of the season. They've got Stow and Hudson still waiting for them.
Yeah, they've got Wadsworth coming up. They've got Stow. They've got Hudson. That's sort of what the good news is. This is a rivalry game, so they're not going to look past North Royalton. I don't think. Nah. But they're going to get a chance to prove themselves. That's what you love about high school football in Northeast Ohio. You're going to get a chance. If you think you're overlooked, you're finally going to get a chance to prove yourself at some point in the season.
We're going to step aside, a quick timeout here on the Friday Night Huddle. When we return, we'll check in, kickoff just around the corner here, and we'll take a look at our Super 25, the best 25 teams in the state of Ohio, regardless of division. You're watching the Friday Night Huddle. We'll be right back.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Mattress Warehouse Columbus Day sale is held over, so you can still pay no interest until 2022 on qualifying purchases. Or get our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99 and a free TV. Raise the head, raise the feet for a better night's sleep. Adjustable sets as low as $7.99. Ask about same or next day delivery and 6 years no-interest financing. The Columbus Day sale held over this week at Mattress Warehouse.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
It's Friday night!
Friday nights are for high school football. And no one else covers it better than Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Join Neil Sika and Matt Finkus for the biggest moments. Top highlights. Check out that hit. And in-depth analysis from around Ohio. High School Blitz. Friday nights at 11 with preview shows on Wednesday. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor. Guys, when you look at Week 7, this is really where those playoff teams start to separate themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. You know, that Stow Hudson game we talked about is big for Hudson. You know, they're right on the edge in Division II, Region 5, playing a Division I team. That's a big game for them as far as playoff implications are concerned.
And the other thing that's interesting to me, guys, is some teams, they front load the schedule. For other teams, it's backloaded. For a team like Menor, They've already gotten past, I would say, some of their stiffest tests. They've got another one tonight against Medina. But if you get a win against Medina, if you find a way to give Medina first loss of the season, they're still technically, Menor, alive in the playoff picture because of that tough schedule at the beginning of the season, and they can probably, based on some of their competition, rack up some wins to finish it out.
Yeah, it looks like, and again, they'll need a little bit of help. It isn't like if they win out, they're in. But they legitimately have a better than 50-50 shot if they win out of making it into the Division I, Region 1 playoffs. And if you find Menor in week 1 and they're starting to get things, that's a team that has all the pieces to be a really good football team and just, for whatever reason, hadn't been able to put it together.
Yeah, well, they missed a real opportunity last week against Solon because that was a team in their region. It's the last team they played in their region that was above them that they could have knocked off. Now they've got Medina, who's obviously a very good team. But after that, you've got teams like Strongsville, Brunswick, Hilliard. Those teams aren't going to help you as much in the computer points. You can beat them, but they aren't going to help you as much. So they're still alive, but it was a real missed opportunity last week against Solon.
Medina will, they're a 6-win team, and they're going to win 8, 9 games, maybe 10 games. But if they win 10, Menor doesn't get the win. And Hilliard is a team that's 3-3, so they're going to be a 5-6 win team in all likelihood. So the question will be how the Federal League teams fare, being McKinley, and do they get enough second level points to stay up, or can Menor jump them? That's something that'll play out. I honestly think if Menor wins out, they're going to end up being the number 8 team in that region.
Menor might get some help too tonight from a team like St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius taking on Canton GlenOak. GlenOak is a team that is dealing with the loss of their quarterback, still dealing with that. Their quarterback suffered a broken collarbone early in the season, and that's been tough for the Golden Eagles to get over. So despite the fact that right now GlenOak is 4-2 on the year, having to finish out the season with St. Ignatius, Canton McKinley, Lake, and Perry with a backup quarterback, all of a sudden things can shift quickly in Division I, Region 1.
Yeah, and GlenOak is a team that's very good up front, but it's kind of graded on a curve now because St. Ignatius, especially that offensive line, the offensive line of St. Ignatius is outstanding. I mean, they've got a D1 lineman in Spellacy. They've got another D1 lineman in Kindred, who's a junior rather, and you're going to start hearing about this left tackle, Derek Kindred.
Well, here's what GlenOak's coach said about him. Scott Garcia said it's probably the best high school offensive line I've ever seen. So that's not the best high school offensive line we're facing this season, or that we faced in the last few weeks. The best high school offensive line he's ever seen, and if you have that in high school, it's big.
And I'll second that with Coach Garcia because I saw him against Menor, and it was like, you're looking at it like, these guys are huge, and they can move. There's nobody on their 2 deep who is under 265. Nobody on their 2 deep who is under 265, and they're all athletic.
The other thing about Menor, though, is as you look at Region 1, is you kind of look at the teams they're chasing, and you wonder how many games they're going to lose. Like GlenOak is a team that maybe could fall out, but I mean, how many more times? Is Solon going to lose many more times? Is Stow going to lose many more times? It's just going to be a really difficult numbers game for them to get into that top 8.
It's going to be the back half of that, the guys that are sitting in.
But even then, you've got like a St. Ignatius there. You're going to need help from Cleveland Heights.
Cleveland Heights
they can get in, but you're going to need a lot of help.
Well, I mean, this Cleveland Heights game against Bedford, rather, is extremely important from them. From their standpoint, because that's going to be a team that has a lot of wins. That's a lot of second level points for the Tigers. If they aren't able to pull that out, they're going to be in that danger zone there with Menor for that 8 spot.
A lot of Bedford fans in Menor tonight.
That's true. Yeah. And going back to St. Ignatius about that offensive line, the Wildcats came into this season with some questions. They had to replace their starting quarterback. They had to replace their starting running back. One of the ways that it doesn't show up as much when you got those big boys up in front of you protecting the quarterback, giving him time to go through the progressions and open up the big holes for whoever it is that's going to run the football. It's something that sometimes gets overlooked in Northeast Ohio. If you have a dominant offensive line and a dominant defensive line, you're going to be in a lot of games, even if you have questions at some other spots.
Yeah, and the other thing is St. Ignatius, Jimmy Andrews, ran the ball quite a bit last year. Big physical back. He splits it with Mark Babinski. They have that. That's an outstanding 1-2 combination running the football. And their quarterback, he's played really well for a guy that's a first-year starter, Patrick Ryan. Good quarterback.
Yeah, and again, like you said, if you've got time to throw the football, it does just kind of become a game of pitch and catch. And that St. Ignatius offense, it's very versatile. You don't always have to go downfield. Sometimes it can just be about easy throws. And when you have running backs you can hand the ball off to, it just makes the game so much easier for a quarterback who's getting used to things. And then by the time you get into November and St. Ignatius is hoping early December, this guy's got some games under his belt, and he's ready to carry you in moments when you need him to.
Yeah, it just gives him comfort at the beginning of the season. The other thing that he's got on his side is a defense that just doesn't allow points. They've allowed 7 points to Ohio opponents. I mean, think about that. 7 points, that's ridiculous. The kind of defense that St. Ignatius is used to playing, and that just allows a quarterback more freedom, more comfort, and he doesn't feel like going out there every single Friday or Saturday, okay, I got to make all these plays. It's going to be all on me. He's got all those pieces around him. It takes pressure off him.
And those 7 points were to Menor, and it was I'll tell you, it was a 45-yard touchdown pass late in the first half of that game. So it was basically the DB got beat, and a really good quarterback hit his wide receiver. That's the 7 points.
And we're going to find out a lot about St. Ignatius in the coming weeks with GlenOak tonight, but then they have Moeller, they have St. Xavier, they have St. Edward at Brown Stadium, or First Energy Stadium. So we're going to find out a lot about St. Ignatius over the next few weeks too.
Well, we've talked about Menor and Medina. They are in the red zone. Let's head out to that game, take a look in as Menor taking on Medina, 6-0 Medina, and the Menor Cardinals needing a win to keep their playoff hopes alive in Division I, Region 1.
Offense on the sideline. Showing blitz here on 3rd and goal.
Yeah, they're bringing the linebackers. They did last play as well through both A-gaps, bringing the linebackers up, trying to take the run away and make Tatarunas beat him with his arm.
He changed the play. Gullick is in. That's a touchdown, Cardinals. Isaiah Gullick hits his team on the board with the final 3 yards of that impressive drive. And there you see
as
him.
The featured back, a nice job by Isaiah Gullick.
And you hate to have to chase Menor. That's one of the worst positions to be in is when you have to chase Menor, because they're a team that just never lets up. And all it takes is, let's say Medina makes a mistake or just goes 3 and out on this drive. 7-0 can turn to 14-0, can turn to 21-0, just like that with Menor. You never want to chase that team.
And, when you're talking about Medina, they like to run the football. Jimmy Daw, we've talked about him pretty much every week. Now, they do have a quarterback who, Gavin Montgomery, is filling in for John Curtis, who injured a couple weeks ago. They won no problem last week, but again, you're doing it with a guy that's not your normal quarterback. So you're probably going to lean on Jimmy Daw a little bit more. And if you're Steve Trevisano and the Menor Cardinals, you got to concentrate on stopping the run. Make the backup quarterback, or the guy that's not the regular quarterback, do his thing.
And you know what? Last week, Gavin Montgomery, he was up to the challenge. You talk about a guy who completed 16 of 23, 244, 4 touchdowns. Different competition, obviously. Wasn't playing against Menor that night, but a guy who showed exactly why his coach said earlier this year he could be starting for a number of different programs. He's one of the best backup quarterbacks in Northeast Ohio. He showed that in his first start. Now, down 7-0, he's going to have to channel some of that stuff that he did last week and not try and get outside of himself and just do all the stuff that he was able to do in his first start.
Yeah, and, if you're the Menor Cardinals, you want that guy to beat you, not Jimmy Daw, who set the school record for touchdowns already. Well, we've got an update from Chardon and Mayfield, and the Chardon Hilltoppers moving the football and getting it done. As we take a look, the Chardon Hilltoppers with it deep in Mayfield territory. The quarterback is Tommy Beninati, and there he keeps it, and he gets the corner, and Beninati pretty quick to that corner, getting into the end zone and giving the Hilltoppers the 7-0 lead in the first quarter as Chardon moves down the football field to take the lead.
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of trickery in that play. I mean, you kind of saw he had the ball the whole time, but he just got to the edge faster than the defense could get there and was able to get into the end zone.
That's what they do. Average margin of victory is 44 points. You talk about a team that runs the ball as well as anybody in Northeast Ohio, and there's touchdown number 13 on the ground for Beninati. So Chardon knows exactly how they have to win games. They have a formula that's been successful up until this point. They're trying to avenge last year's losses against Mayfield, and that's a great start for the Hilltoppers, trying to validate that undefeated start.
Well, we talked about the St. Ignatius Wildcats taking on the GlenOak Golden Eagles, battle of Division I, Region I playoff hopefuls, and the Wildcats moving the football in the early going. And Patrick Ryan is the quarterback. And he throws and finds Connor Kennedy. Nice little post route, put it right on the numbers. And I'll tell you what, Patrick Ryan did that quite a bit in the game I saw him play against Menor. 7-0, St. Ignatius leading GlenOak.
Yeah, and for GlenOak, this is a team we've talked about teams losing their quarterbacks. They lost their quarterback too. They lost Tate Rhodes to a broken collarbone, so they had to turn to J.J. Oliveira to start in place of him. He's been okay, but he's not the same kind of dynamic player that their starting quarterback was. So again, we talk about chasing. Yeah, hate to chase St. Ignatius.
Well, and you know what they did is J.J. Oliveira, who was a wide receiver, moved in to the quarterback spot. Let's head out. Stow and Hudson doing battle. 6-0 Stow, 5-1 Hudson, and let's check in at Veterans Memorial Stadium and. Punt formation for the Stow Bulldogs. Kyle Van Treese kicks it away. Takes a big hop. And a nice job of grabbing it and heading upfield by Colin Paulani. And a nice job as Paultani takes it in for the touchdown. Colin Paultani with the punt return for a touchdown. 7-0 the Explorers take the early lead on the Paultani punt return for a touchdown.
Whenever you play Hudson, you better be ready to cover on special teams. It just seems every time I've seen Hudson play, they have some kind of great special teams play, whether it's a kick return, a punt return. You've got to be ready to take on that team in special teams. And look, Stow needs to cover that punt. The ball bounced to him. They weren't able to get to him, break some tackles. Hudson can beat you in that area.
And look, Stow's a different team from last year, but if you look at the matchup between the two teams last year, 17-10. It was close. It was defensive-oriented. So now you start to wonder, okay, in a game of close teams, could special teams become the difference? And there's a nice little spark early on for the Explorers if they're like intimidated at all playing against Stow, because mighty Stow is coming here with that high-powered offense. That's one way to settle the nerves early. Get that punt return for a touchdown. Your offense doesn't have to do anything. You don't have to go against that Stow defense. You got to stop against Stow's offense. So great start for the Explorers, something that can give them a lot of confidence here.
Another game that we are covering is Cleveland Heights at Bedford. Bryant Kaiser joins us via the telephone, old-fashioned way. Let's check in. Bryant, what's going on with the Bearcats and the Tigers?
This game is sizzling like bacon, man. It's Cleveland Heights 7, Bedford nothing. We got 7:25 to go in the first quarter. Serge Summers with a 25-yard touchdown catch for the Tigers, and Cleveland Heights just got the football back on an interception, and their big receivers are making it tough for Bedford to cover the corners to cover these guys.
All right, Bryant, we will check back in with you. The Tigers with a 7-0 lead, and it sounds like they're getting the football back as well. Let's check in with Solon as the Solon Comets taking on the Strongsville Mustangs down at Strongsville's Pat Catan Stadium. And there is a touchdown pass, and a nice job as Bubonics gets the touchdown pass. And the Comets take the early lead on Strongsville 8-0 as they made the two-point conversion as well.
That's something that Solon's been doing a lot lately, right?
Yeah.
With the two-point conversions. Why take one when we can go out and get two?
Well, you know what? With that defense, I gotta be honest. The Solon offense is very good. They've got all the pieces, but that defense, I really like. And you probably get sick of hearing me say it. I really like their linebacking core. That they're all over the field. They make big plays, and that's again we've talked about it. If you can run the football, which Thomas Wilkes does very well, and you've got a defense, you're going to be a very good football team.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned those linebackers. Their secondary is good too. I mean, their defense is just good all over the field. And you mentioned Stow held them to 13 points. Probably could have won that game, 10-7, honestly, before Stow scored late in that game. So that's a very, very good defense that Solon brings.
You know what? If you're the Comets, that's so. I had touched on it earlier when we were talking about this game. Mission accomplished. You didn't take this lightly. You got on the board early, and that's always a key, because when you have a team that's struggling like Strongsville is, the last thing in the world you want to do is let them stick around and start going, you know what, we can hang with these guys. This guy, that's so you've got to get out and get ahead of it early, and Solon is doing that.
Yeah, it seems like Solon, guys, is just passing every single test that's in front of them. Okay, start the year against Aurora, able to win that game in impressive fashion. Hung with Stow, didn't win that game. Obviously a game that the Comets wanted to win, didn't do that. But then they had Euclid on the schedule. That was something of a test for them. They wanted to get that one. Menor the week after on the road against Menor. Very, very difficult to win a game at Jerome T. Osborne Stadium. Can the defense slow down Menor, only giving up 8 points to the Cardinals? So it just seems like every single time that we have any kind of question about Solon or any kind of test that's coming the way of the Comets, they've been passing with flying colors. And tonight is one of those other ones. Can they continue to play the same way that they have since that loss against Stow, against what we would call a lesser opponent? And early on, it looks like they certainly are.
Well, another team that we have seen has been tested early, the Stow Bulldogs. Hudson Explorers return a punt for a touchdown to take a 7-0 lead. Good teams respond, and it didn't take the Bulldogs very long to respond as their offense gets it going. Kyle Van Treese to Joe Andracy, 85 yards for the touchdown. Just like that, game is tied up at 7-7.
Such a big play offense, too. I mean, they're the kind of offense that can just be slogging along all game, and it takes one play, one big play. That receiver and those quarterbacks, and that quarterback and those receivers have been playing together for a long time, and you can tell when you watch them play.
And you know what? Their receivers are big, they're physical, they're athletic, they run well. You've got Andrazy, and you've got Wright, and you've got Logan Lindsay. So you've got three guys that Van Treese can throw the football to. Oh, and by the way, Van Treese is a Division I recruit. He's going to Buffalo. So it's very – and you have Joe Gobble who runs the football. So that offense has all the pieces. But, again, pushed with the punt return for a touchdown, they answer right away with a big play. That's a sign of a good football team.
Yeah.
And it's trust, too. You trust each other. You've been through battles together for so long. I mean, those guys have been together, like I said, going back to junior high, even maybe before that. So you just trust each other.
And for Stow, an offense like that with all those weapons, you never feel like 7-0 is that big of a deal, or 14-0 is that big of a deal, or not having your best offense for a half against Twinsburg is that big of a deal, because you have the confidence. We've been here before. We've done this a number of times. Eventually our offense is going to get it going. And like Dan said, sometimes it just takes one play. And there you go, big play right there. Nice answer against Hudson. It's just a belief in the guys that you have around you that you're never going to be out of a game.
Well, strap your seatbelts on, because that one looks like it's going to get a little wild. Well, here's a new one for us. We always use student reporters, and tonight we have Krista DeFini giving us a preview of Independence in Hawken. Kristen, a student reporter and a member of the Independence Band. Take it away, Krista.
Hi, I'm Krista DeFini, and I'll be sending in highlights from the Independence vs. Hawken game tonight. If the band ever gets there on time, we're stuck in a little bit of traffic, but hopefully we get there before kickoff.
All right. Gotta love that.
Some grade A dabbing going on behind
They are having
her.
some fun. You know what? That's what it should be. That's what high school football should be. So We'll check back in with Krista as soon as she sends us a report. Hopefully the band got there in time.
Well, guess what? Independence has a lot of reasons to be dabbing this year. 3-7 a year ago, already 4 wins, so they've topped the mark from last year. Now, they've got this game against Hawken, so a lot of reasons to be positive about the things that the Blue Devils have accomplished. They're on the outside of the playoff picture looking in right now, 13th in Division 6, Region 21. But for this program, it's the first steps that you have to take. First, you have to beat last year's win total. They've already done that. Maybe beat a team like Hawken. They've got a chance to do that. Hawken went 8-3, down year, 1-5. So the opportunity is there for another win for Independence tonight.
And the Blue Devils band having some fun, without question. Well, another team that's having some fun early is the Menor Cardinals. And let's check back in as Menor's offense starting to blow up the scoreboard like we thought they would.
See the touchdown again. Look at this line drive pass.
Right, it's just a back shoulder type fade. Demetrius Shannon.
Touchdown. 21-0 lead. Don't awake the angry offense of the Menor Cardinals.
How about that throw?
No,
I don't think he could have handed the ball to him any better than that.
Maybe needed to be a little bit more towards the back shoulder if
no,
we're
that was
analyzing,
okay.
but that was right there. That was before the cornerback could even turn his head.
And he could have thrown that through a brick wall because he got rid of that in a hurry and on a line. And again, guys, Menor needed to play with a sense of urgency. 21-0. Message delivered by Steve Trevisano, received by the Cardinals.
And now for Medina, they've got to decide, all right, do you keep feeding the ball to Jimmy Daw, or do you have to kind of go out of character a little bit and rely on that backup quarterback that Dan Sutherland has talked up so much? How do they kind of approach this down 21-0 with still a lot of football left?
And look, Medina came into tonight's game, guys, 6-0. At the same time, you know, this is a team that has a tougher schedule as the year goes on, as opposed to at the beginning of the season. They've played and beaten one team with a winning record. So now they're playing against a team in Menor, team that Medina lost to last year, lost by double-digit points last year to Menor. This is kind of the wake-up call for the Bees of, okay, this is the meat of our schedule. And so far, early on, it hasn't really gone according to plan for the Bees.
Let's head to the phone. Jeff Sabo is at the Solon Strongsville game from Solon Education Television, and Jeff checks in. Jeff, what's going on with the Comets and the Mustangs?
Well, the Comets are up 8-0 thanks to a touchdown pass from Joe Bubonic, finds David Marbury in the end zone. Jake McCurry goes in for the 2-point conversion. That is the third time that McCurry has scored a 2-point conversion for the Comets this season. So here early on in the second quarter, Comets are up 8-0, but don't count out the Mustangs just quite yet. Their defense has been zeroing on Thomas Wilkes, the Solon running back, and so far Wilkes has been pretty quiet tonight.
Jeff, how's that Solon defense playing? I know Strongsville has not scored. Is that defense coming out and playing the way you expect them to?
Yes, they are. They've stopped the Mustangs already on a couple of occasions. They actually forced a fumble and actually recovered deep inside Strongsville territory. However, the Strongsville Mustang defense, just a couple plays later, intercepted a Bubonic's pass. So both defenses are really stepping it up here so far here in this game.
All right, Jeff Sabo. We will check back in with him as that game progresses. Solon leading Strongsville 8-0 early in the second quarter. And, guys, you got to like what you see from the Comets.
Yeah, how can you
When
not?
don't you?
Well, we've said that all season long, right? You got to like what you see from the Comets.
And it's one of those teams that by the end of the year, once the playoffs roll around, they're going to be even better than they currently are. It's a team that progresses every week.
We're going to take a quick time out, and we will be back inside the Friday Night Huddle right here on cleveland.com.
Tuesday nights, it's more sports and less Levine live at 6. Then at 7, it's an all-new 11 Warriors report. And at 8, Game Time Ohio. It all starts Tuesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the wood, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save up to $1,000 on select cool sleeping Tempur-Breeze models while they last. Plus, save hundreds on special purchase Tempur adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. All come with 6 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
Whatever level that he coached, he was a champ. We'll never see that again in sports.
There's just been so many players over the years that have been very special. Escalating salaries, ringers, grifters. The sport was in danger.
You didn't see another goal like this. The greatest rivalry, not only in college football, but maybe in American athletics. This was something that you would lay your life on the line.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon along with Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. One of the games we're following is Padua taking on Archbishop Hobin. A close game early in this battle, and let's take a look at some highlights as it's the Hobin Knights offense getting things rolling. And let's take a look. Here it is as Hobin deep in Padua territory. And it's Todd Sibley fighting in and getting into the end zone. That broke a 3-all tie as the Hobin Knights now leading Padua 10-3.
The one thing that I want from my running back, whoever it is a guy who can pick up more than what's blocked. That wasn't very well blocked. The linebacker came right through, shot the middle, and it looked like Sibley was going to be stuffed at the goal line. But you're not really going to win a one-on-one battle too often against Todd Sibley. That's why is a pit guy.
Well, and the interesting thing about him is he'll run over, he can run by you,
Yeah.
He's got some move. I mean, he's got everything you want in a running back.
Yeah, and just do the math in the running game. You're going to have to make somebody miss if you're going to put together any kind of run, unless your quarterback is out there blocking people like crazy. The math is not in your favor. You're going to have to make guys miss. Your line and your fullback or whomever else might be out there can only do so much for you.
Well, Hobin, one of the teams in our Super 25. Let's take a look at how the Super 25 lines up throughout the state of Ohio heading into Week 7. Plenty of movement in this week's Super 25. The Hudson Explorers move up 2 spots to number 23 after their win over Cuyahoga Falls. Hudson is getting ready for a matchup with the top 5 team, their arch rival, the Stow Bulldogs. Lebanon debuts at number 25 after beating Northmont 35-14. They'll play Centerville tonight. Olentangy moves into the Super 25 at number 24 after shutting out Westerville South a week ago. They'll face Olentangy Orange this week. 6-0 Warren Harding is rolling. They're number 22. The Warriors have a date with Youngstown Boardman tonight. Canton McKinley moves up 3 spots to number 21. The Bulldogs have a meeting with unbeaten Massillon Jackson, a top 20 team, for the top spot in the Federal League this weekend. Massillon Jackson, the Polar Bears, are the top team in Division I Region 1, 6-0. After an impressive win over GlenOak, the Polar Bears climb 3 spots to number 18. Columbus St. Francis de Sales, coming off their 32-8 win over Watterson, moves up 2 spots to number 20. Cincinnati Elder fell to 4-2 after a 31-7 loss to St. Xavier. The Panthers drop 7 spots to number 19 in the Super 25. Solon moves up 3 spots to number 17. The Comets were impressive, defeating Mentor 37-8. Solon faces Strongsville tonight. Fairfield checks in at number 16 after a 35-27 win over Sycamore. Fairfield gets Mason tonight. St. Ignatius, 5-1 on the year, improves to number 12 this week after a 49-0 shutout over 4-1 Parma a week ago. The Wildcats face GlenOak. 5-1 Trotwood Madison checks in at number 15 after putting 66 points on the board. Fairborn is up this week for the Rams. 6-0 Avon beat Lakewood 42-6. The Eagles move up to 14 and will take on North Ridgeville tonight. Dublin Kaufman moves up to 13. The Shamrocks, no problem with Marysville. They'll face Central Crossing this week. Pickerington Central holds down the 11th spot in the Super 25 for the second week in a row. The Tigers beat Gahanna 20-18 to improve to 5-1. They face Lancaster this week. The top 10 remains pretty much unchanged. The Hobin Knights are 7th. Hobin beat Lake Catholic 41-10 and is getting ready for a pretty good Padua team this week. Upper Arlington, a perfect 6-0, checks in at the number 10 spot. The Golden Bears will face Hilliard Davidson tonight. Olentangy Liberty is 6-0 and holding down the 9th spot. Last week, they beat Westerville Central 24-14. This week, Olentangy Liberty gets Westerville South. Toledo Central Catholic, 6-0 on the year, is ranked 8th. They beat Fremont Ross 35-18 a week ago. They're getting set to take on Toledo St. Francis de Sales this week. And LaSalle was impressive, putting 55 points on the board in their win over Moeller a week ago. The Lancers are ranked 6th. No time to celebrate. They're getting ready for another top 5 team in St. Xavier. Time for the Super 25's top 5. 5-1, St. Ed stays at number 3. The Eagles beat Naperville Central from Illinois a week ago. They have a week off to get ready for a big finish to the season. St. Xavier checks in at number 5. They took apart a very good Elder team 31-7 a week ago. They face number 6 LaSalle tonight. Unbeaten Stow gets backyard rival number 23 Hudson this week after surviving a first-half scare from Twinsburg a week ago. Wayne had no problem with Centerville, beating the Elks 45-8. The Warriors are 5-0-1. They hang on to the 2nd spot. The Warriors will play Beaver Creek this weekend. And Coleraine remains the number 1 team in the Super 25. The Cardinals beat Mason 30-16 a week ago to hang on to that top spot. They get the Middletown Middies tonight. What can you say about Coleraine? The Coleraine train keeps rolling through their competition.
Yeah, in the whole top 11 unchanged this week. These guys are taking care of business at the top of this poll. No real movement up there in that top 11, and even St. Ignatius just moving up from number 13 to number 12.
And big move up by St. Xavier. St. Xavier is a team
well deserved.
Well on the rise. Got a test again here tonight against LaSalle.
Brutal schedule for St. Xavier. And to be 4-2, I mean, the playoffs are going to seem like, okay, we can take a breather in the first round of the playoffs after.
Right.
I mean, it's been brutal.
It does seem like that for St. Xavier. Okay, we get to the playoffs and exhale. Okay, no more St. Ed's. Well, maybe. No more St. Ignatius. Okay, great.
You only have to face one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind of interesting. Well, we've been checking in on Menor and Medina, and the Bees, they're buzzing a little bit, trying to cut into that 21-0 lead that the Menor Cardinals have pushed the game out to early in the game. And the handoff, and lowering his shoulder and diving into the end zone for Medina. A nice job by our man, Jimmy Daw. He gets into the end zone. He just knows where the end zone is. Jimmy Daw with the touchdown.
What is that, like 80 touchdowns this year? I don't know what exact number he's up to right now, but it feels like about 80.
That's the first step for Medina, too. I mean, you don't want to be down 21-0 against Menor. If you were to ask the head coach, Dan Sutherland, okay, what's the worst possible script that you could write up for this game against Menor? He would probably say, be down 21-0 with my quarterback making his second ever start against an explosive offense like the Cardinals. But when you've got a guy like Jimmy Daw, you can get yourself back into the game without demanding too much from your quarterback.
Well, we're going to step aside, take a quick timeout here on the Friday Night Huddle. We'll be back. Plenty of updates as games now getting in towards the halftime. We'll have plenty of updates coming up. Stay with us on the Friday Night Huddle.
Thursday nights on Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome inside the Friday Night Huddle. I'm Dave Bacon, joined by Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor. One of the games that we are tracking is previously unbeaten Bedford taking on the Cleveland Heights Tigers, trying to move their way up in Division I, Region 1. Cleveland Heights leading 7-0, and the Tigers offense getting it done again as Cam Seawright finds Reggie Harris, and Reggie Harris finds the end zone. 14-0, the Tigers giving Bedford all they can handle in the early going. 14-0 as Cleveland Heights leading the Bedford Tigers in the second quarter.
Reggie Harris was the starting quarterback last year. And he's just one of those weapons.
Bedford Bearcats.
Yeah. Just one of those weapons. Sir Summers, Jared Wilson, and then, of course, Jaylen Harris as well.
Yep.
Tons of weapons.
Cam Seawright came in, and a guy that has been at a couple of different schools, was at West Geauga, and actually started his high school career at St. Ed's. So they get on the board with a second touchdown. So now a 14-0 lead. Important to note, Bedford's offense, they can put some points on the board. They just have to get things rolling.
Right. I mean, it really hasn't been about the defense for Bedford getting off to that undefeated start. There's been one game against Maple Heights, able to shut out Maple Heights. But aside from that, it's been high-scoring games that they have to win 46-38, 58-34, 40-33 just last week against Garfield Heights. So when you look at Bedford and ask, okay, why are they 6-0, it hasn't been about the defense necessarily. So they probably knew coming into tonight's game that their defense was going to have a hard time against all the athletes for Cleveland Heights. What they're relying on is their explosive offense being able to keep up, and so far that hasn't happened.
And, well, again, it's second quarter. Let's see what they do adjustment-wise. The one thing is Cleveland Heights has some athletes on both sides of the ball. You can't simulate speed.
Right.
The speed of the game. That's the one thing you can't do in practice.
I mean, Bedford was in this same kind of position against Sherry, and then they go out and they score 26 points in the second half. So as you mentioned, Dave, this is an offense that can get it going quick, and this is an offense that has started slow in the past and been able to turn it around in the second half.
For Cleveland Heights, this is good news because they've trailed in a lot of games that they've played, so it's good for them to get off to a good start. How about Cam Seawright? The numbers he's put up: 431 yards against Benedictine, 223 against Lake Catholic, 388 in another game. I mean, this guy's putting up huge numbers.
Let's check in on that Menor-Medina game. Now, Medina has come back and scored another touchdown, so it's 21-13. The Menor Cardinals offense kind of rolling as they're moving the football down the field. As we check in on Mentor.
Immediate trouble, Ryan. And they're going to lobby on the Medina sideline for an ineligible receiver. It hit one of his linemen in the back.
It sure did, but Ryan Jacoby, I believe 61, that's who it hits, but right behind him is Isaiah Gullick. Gullick gets tackled.
And then there's the pass to Jacoby, who's trying to block a guy who just tackled his running back, who's also the intended receiver. A lot of things going on that play.
Seems like a plausible story, though.
Don't you think?
Second down, make it, second down and 16 after the incompleted pass. Dan Sutherland still arguing his case down there, but.
Okay, here's what we got. We got a play fake. We have a tackle by who else? Ryan Seabrook. We have a pass to Jacoby, who's trying to block Seabrook. It hits Jacoby. Obviously, he's not an eligible receiver.
And now Steve Trevisano's out on the field. They are going to call it ineligible receiver. Thought at first they were going to let that go, and now Steve's going to ask for an explanation.
And I was going to say, this game is not going to start until someone goes over and talks to Coach Tripp, because he won't get off the field until he gets an explanation.
Well, they will sort this one out. You see Anthony Montana, our referee, talking with Steve. Is judging from the facial expression. I don't know if Steve agrees.
And a good look at quite a confusing play. So let's head to the phones. Bryant Kaiser joins us with an update. Bryant is at the Cleveland Heights Bedford game. What's going on, Bryant?
Some scoring for the Bearcats. Aaron Stone with a 2-yard run just before the early in the second quarter, and the Bearcats missed a 2-point conversion. So Cleveland Heights leading 14-6 with 11 minutes to go till halftime.
Brian, what's jumping out on that one? What's sticking out with this game?
Pretty good. Bearcats had a pretty good drive to. It was down 14-0 after Reggie Harris had an unbelievable run for the Tigers to get in for the touchdown. And right now the Bearcats kind of like settling down right now. A lot of flags on the play. They just threw another flag right now, so there's a lot of laundry on. A lot of personal foul, 15 yards. We got face mask here, blocking the back here, and this is like going to be a pass interference right here. So there's a lot of laundry today.
All right, Bryant, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with Bryant Kaiser giving us updates for Cleveland Heights and Bedford. One of the games that we're monitoring, the Stow Hudson game. Bulldogs moving the football again as let's check in and go there live. You see tied at 7, about 8 minutes remaining in the first half. And the Bulldogs with the football, and a good look at that Stow Bulldogs offense, high-powered offense. They're inside the 15 at the 12-yard line of Hudson. Terrion Ray is the back behind Kyle Van Treese. A little bit of 3-wide receiver set. There's Ray. Terrion Ray trying to bounce it outside. Nothing doing. A nice job. Coming up to make the tackle is Stefan Bacani from his safety position. A nice job by Bacani to fill that. As they get inside the 10-yard line, though, this Bulldogs offense very talented. We've kind of touched on it. Ray is a guy who will sub in there with Joe Gobble as well.
Yeah, a couple guys that can run the football, which is always a nice thing for an offense to have. When maybe if one guy doesn't have it going, you can go to the other guy.
And the other thing you have is you have that big offensive line. One of the guys that jumps out, number 73, you see him there, the left tackle.
So big.
He's headed to Penn State. That's Mike Miranda, one of the best linemen in the state. Van Treese thrown into the corner, incomplete. Intended receiver Logan Lindsay. Coverage was pretty good.
Yeah.
There's not much room for Kyle Van Treese to stick that one in there.
Smart throw, though, too. Throw it to a place where your guy's going to get it or nobody's going to get it. At this point, you're already in field goal range. You've got a chance to go up 10-7. Obviously, you want the touchdown, but the last thing that you want to do is make a mistake and take any kind of points off the board. So that was a smart throw.
And you mentioned it, so now they bring on the field goal kicker. And it's Gavin Costello, and he knocks it through. So 10-7 after that field goal by the Stow Bulldogs. 10-7, they lead late in the first half. A nice job by the Bulldogs to put points on the board. Well, putting points on the board, something the Solon Comets have been doing, and I've been talking about that defense. The defense can put points on the board as well, as Solon taking on Strongsville, and the defense gets involved. Pass is deflected. McCurry grabs it, and he is headed down the sidelines. And that would be a pick 6 for the Solon Comets defense. McCurry taking it in, and it is now 23-0. No let-up for the Solon Comets. That's, again, a sign of a good team. You can't take any breathers against teams that don't have the record that you want, the top records in the area, and that they came out to play and are taking control of this game pretty quickly.
And if you're if you're any team, you can't afford a mistake like that.
Yeah.
But especially if you're Strongsville, trying to hang around and stay in that game and maybe make Solon sweat a little bit, you definitely can't afford that sort of mistake.
Well, now the Mustangs are going to have to do something that no team has done so far this year against Solon, and that's put up that kind of points. 23-0. The most that Solon has given up so far this year is 21. So asking Strongsville now to try and do something that Euclid wasn't able to do, Menor wasn't able to do, Aurora wasn't able to do. Tough ask at this point.
Well, and if you're the Solon Comets and you're Jim McQuaid, you keep preaching, we just got to keep working, we got to keep working, we got to keep working. And Chris, you touched on it. They're a team that just keeps getting better week by week by week. You add little pieces, and that defense is just impressive. Have seen them play, and they're the real deal.
And one of the reasons why I think they continue to get better is because of head coach Jim McQuaid, because after every single game, even when they win games, he says, all right, we're going to be in the film room, we're going to be on the practice field on Saturday, and we're going to find the little pieces that maybe people aren't focusing on as the game goes on, maybe people aren't focused on because they're focused on the final score, but I'm going to see those things. I'm going to nitpick those things because we're going to be better for it moving forward. He's been able to find certain things, even in wins, that he hasn't been happy about, and he continues to drill that into his team, and it's been working.
Well, Solon looking good again against the Strongsville Mustangs. It seems like we're saying that every week here on the Friday Night Huddle. Solon looking good. Another team that's looking good, how about those Chardon Hilltoppers looking to improve to 7-0, taking on Mayfield. Team historically they've had some trouble with. Tonight, not so much trouble, though. The Hilltoppers, that wing tee offense in high gear running the football. And there is McKnight getting the handoff from Benatti, and McKnight getting the corner. Hilltoppers pretty big, pretty fast, and running the football effectively. McKnight with the touchdown, and you see Hilltoppers running out to a 30-7 lead in the second quarter over the Mayfield Wildcats.
Anybody have any more questions about Chardon?
They do that without throwing the football. They put up those points. It's Kirtland-esque the way they do it, and you saw kind of at the beginning of that play, going one way, all of a sudden it's going back the other way, and if you've abandoned that edge, you're in trouble.
Now, if you run the wing tee, the one thing you have to have is you have to have really athletic guards. And, there's a couple of teams that I've covered that have run it. Actually, they were in Florida. And the guards went and played Division I college football, one at Georgia Tech, one at Auburn. They were tight ends. So that's how athletic you have to be to play guard, because the guards will get out and kind of seal everything and make it happen. And, that's what basically Chardon does.
But it's not just the offense either. And I know that Chardon hasn't played the toughest of schedules. I think the Hilltoppers would even say that themselves. They've beaten and played one team with a winning record. It was West Geauga at the beginning of the season. However, if you look at their defense, the most they've given up so far this year is 14 points. So, yes, their offense is averaging 49 per game, but they've already got 2 shutouts, and the most they've given up is 14. So this isn't just some flashy offense that can go and put points up in a hurry. This is methodical, this is surgical, and this is also a defense that has shut down every single opponent to this point. We talk about complete teams. I think we have to start talking about Chardon as one of those complete teams in Division II, Region 5.
Well, and the flip side of it is the argument for somebody's schedule is you can only beat the teams that are on your schedule. And right now, Chardon is beating all of the teams that are on their schedule.
And look, if they want to get where they want to get to, they're going to have to beat some good teams come playoff time. They've got Aurora in that region. They've got Copley. They've got Brecksville. And I think they're going to be a challenge for any of those teams when they have to play that style of offense, and those are aggressive defenses. I would love to see Aurora and Chardon at some point in the playoffs. That would be a fun game.
Well, one of the teams that we've talked about, St. Ignatius and GlenOak, and this one's getting tight. The Golden Eagles able to answer a little bit out Canton way. It's GlenOak and St. Ignatius as the Golden Eagles with the football, moving it down the field. And let's take a look as GlenOak. J.J. Oliveira is the quarterback. He gives it to Elijah Ladson. And take a look at Elijah Ladson. Gets through the hole and takes it in to the end zone. 48 yards, Elijah Ladson. And there you see, GlenOak Golden Eagles from the Federal League. I called you the commissioner of the Federal League. They're hanging tough with St. Ignatius. 14-10, Wildcats lead. Federal League, of course, they have Canton, McKinley, Jackson, Uniontown Lake. So, we were talking about the Polar Bears and the lack of respect that we thought the Polar Bears were getting for being 6-0. Hoover, another one of the Federal League teams as well. But GlenOak hanging tough.
Elijah Ladson, a guy that hadn't really played the position. Now all of a sudden, Max School's kind of like the guy a little bit as a running back, but he had 97 yards last week. Patrick Ryan has struggled a little bit with the turnover tonight, following along with that game in Twitter, and GlenOak's been able to take advantage.
And the interesting thing I think about GlenOak, guys, is maybe moving forward, this is a team that can grow. You have Elijah Ladson playing the position for the first time. You've got Oliveira, who hasn't played quarterback since middle school. So now all of a sudden you've got these two guys in new positions, and they're going to get more comfortable, you would think. Obviously, their schedule gets more difficult as the season goes on, and you don't want to have to be using your backup quarterback against those kinds of teams. But this is the kind of experience that could be very, very valuable for Ladson and for Oliveira. Get some confidence going, get some momentum going, stay in the playoff picture, and maybe they could be a dangerous first-round opponent because they actually have all of that experience gained.
There you go again. The Federal League, the commissioner of the Federal League, Chris Fedor. Let's head to the phones where Mike Fitzpatrick gives us an update of the Midview and Olmsted Falls game. Mike, what's going on out there?
Well, it's halftime out here at Olmsted Falls on homecoming in Midview, led by their brilliant senior quarterback. He's up 14-6 at the half. Dustin Crum in the first half has been working it with his speed. He has 102 yards rushing, and he has 2 touchdowns on the ground. Midview drew first slug, got on top 7-0 with 3:21 left in the first quarter on a 5-yard touchdown run by Crum. Olmsted Falls answered and scored on a 27-yard touchdown run by Luke Lombardo, but point after snap was bad. The kicker tried to run it in. He was tackled short of the goal line, so they were down 7-6. And then Crum put together another nice touchdown drive, which he culminated with a short touchdown run. So 14-6 here at the half. Spencer Linville, Olmsted Falls' big bruising fullback, has 49 yards rushing at the half, but really hasn't been too much of a factor. Olmsted Falls has turned the ball over twice. 14-6 here at the half. And Chris Fedor, that was an outstanding breakdown there of that Federal League team.
Thank you.
This guy knows everything. NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball, Federal League. What don't you know about Chris Fedor?
All right, Mike Fitzpatrick. Hey, we thought that game was going to be high scoring, 14-6 at half.
What's going on?
Just like we expected.
It's a beautiful night out. I didn't think we got any rain, any wind, and now all of a sudden we got 2 teams that score a bunch of points that aren't scoring. What's going on?
Even match. We'll check back in with Mike a little bit later as that game develops. 14-6, Midview leading at the half. Well, another game that's developing, Menor and Medina. We mentioned the Cardinals out to a big lead, and the Bees buzzing back, coming back and making it difficult as they cut back into that 21-13 lead, does Medina. They go a little deep into the playbook as a little pass.
Quarterback, he does pirouette downfield, Fulton. Then watch the acceleration from Fultz as Ballantyne's giving chase.
Their big wide receiver, and Fultz gets into the end zone. The flea flicker. They went for 2 to try to tie it. The 2-point conversion was no good. So 21-19. Menor leading Medina on the flea flicker. Dylan Fultz grabs it from Alex Whitaker. So it went Montgomery to Whitaker to Fultz. Sounds like a law firm. It adds up to a touchdown, and Medina cuts Menor's lead to just 2 points, 21-19. Menor scored the first 21 points of the game. I've mentioned responding, the sign of a good team. I guess it's safe to say Medina's a pretty good football team.
Dylan Fultz is out here. Like, are you guys just going to talk about Jimmy
Daw?
Daw?
Yeah.
Come on, I can make some plays. Same with Alex Whitaker.
That was you who was talking about Jimmy Daw and ignoring
I
Dylan
got your
Fultz.
back, Dylan. I got you.
I'm going to be guy who complains about going for two too early guy. Yes, I'm going to be that guy. I never want to go for two unless you absolutely have to go for two. You don't want to be in a position where you're chasing points against any team, especially the Cardinals. Maybe they had a play that they really liked, that they practiced. But for me, going for two is something that you only do when you absolutely have to. Now, if Menor scores a touchdown, Medina scores a touchdown, you're still not in that position where a 2-point conversion gets you a tie game. You're still chasing.
Yeah, I get your point, but what about Solon Comets? They went for two at the beginning of the game.
They can go for two all they want to.
They're chasing points all the time.
They got a defense that they can lean on that they know even if it's 6, maybe they'll block an extra point, something like that.
I figured I'd just give you grief because we said they went for two at the beginning. So.
You've run off 19 straight points, too, so you've kind of got this defense on your heels a little bit. Maybe you go out there and try and take advantage of that on a 2-point conversion. That's how they do it in Northeast Ohio. Not necessarily in the Federal League where you come from, but up here, you go for two.
Let's check back in as the Stow Bulldogs trying to remain unbeaten, taking on the Hudson Explorers, 5-1 on the year. We saw Stow kicked a field goal to take a 10-7 lead pretty much midway through the first half, midway through that second quarter, and the Bulldogs offense back growling again and shown they have some bite as well. As there is Andrasi, a nice job by Andrasi as he gets into the end zone, and that will make it a 16-7 lead. Let's see if they convert the point after and make it a 17-7 lead. And in fact, they do. So a 10-point lead for the Stow Bulldogs as that offense starting to get things together. But a nice job by Joe Andrasi to get into that end zone.
Yeah, that's how you bounce back after you give that special teams touchdown. You get pinned back after that. You come out there and you run off 17 points in a row. And we've seen Andrasi now make 2 really impressive plays with the football in his hands.
Yeah, and the amazing thing is we haven't seen Joe Gobble, we haven't seen Logan Lindsay, and that's just how talented Stow is, and that's one of the things that make the Bulldogs so difficult. You feel like, okay, we've got a game plan. We're going to try and slow down Joe Gobble, right? And then all of a sudden, here comes Andrasi. Okay, now we have a game plan. We're going to try and limit Andrasi because he's beating us. Second half adjustment. Now all of a sudden, here comes Logan Lindsay. Here comes Terrion Ray. There's just so much there for Stow that you can't cover everybody, and you can't commit enough guys in the box to slow down their running game. It's probably the most complete offense in Northeast Ohio.
Well, the other thing we haven't seen is we haven't seen a Hudson offensive touchdown.
That's
so
right.
that defense is playing pretty well. Their touchdown came on a punt return for a touchdown. Let's check in on the phone with Jeff Sabo. He's watching those Solon Comets taking on the Strongsville Mustang. Jeff, what's going on with the Comets and Mustangs?
Well, it is halftime here at Packatan Stadium, and the Comets are up 23-0. Ryan McCurry from the secondary, and you were talking about that Solon defense before, has 2 interceptions tonight, one of which went over 60 yards into the end zone. That is how Solon was able to increase its lead. The Strongsville defense, though, managing to hold their own. They have picked off Joe Bubonics twice tonight. Bubonics only has 3 interceptions on the season so far. So the Mustangs are not only intercepting passes, but they're also keeping Thomas Wilkes quiet in the backfield.
So the good news for the Comets is their defense is able to put points on the board and keep the Strongsville offense off the board. Is that defense really starting to assert itself, Jeff? Okay, we'll check back in. We'll check back in with Jeff. But you know the McCurry name. There's 2 of them, Ryan and his brother Jake as well. Jake, D1 recruit, headed to Columbia, and he's one of the guys that Coach McQuaid has been coaching 26 years. He said Jake McCurry could start on any one of the 26 teams that I have ever coached. That encompasses the St. Ed's Eagles, the LaSalle Lancers, and the Solon Comets. Those are pretty good programs. He's coached a number of college players, and when you make a statement like that about a player, you can be pretty sure he's a pretty good football player.
I mean, it's Solon alone. Just the names you could bring up. It's an impressive list. So obviously, that McCurry name is one of those names at Solon that you think has been around for 10, 15 years, it seems like there's always a McCurry out there.
It's like the Beninati quarterback at Chardon.
Or Gobble at Stow.
Exactly.
Yeah. And look, based on what we've heard from Jim McQuaid over the last few weeks, he might already have his team crunching film on Illyria in the locker room at halftime.
Let's head out and check in as Menor and Medina getting to be a little bit of a crazy one as the Bees cut it to 21-19. So the Bees ran off 19 points after Mentor had run off a bunch, and there is a touchdown pass from Tadas Tatarunas, and a nice job as he throws into the end zone and finds his receiver. Going up and getting it is Shane McClure. Great catch by McClure, and that's one of the many wide receivers. And now you see the score 28-19. So,
look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Just saying. Now they're down 9 instead of 8. They're going to chase that point for the entire game now. And I'm telling you, that thing is going to matter, especially when you're playing against the Cardinals.
I like that throw again, though.
Keep an eye on that.
We'll continue to chase that point with him.
Keep an eye on that.
Let's check in on the phone. Nate Klein has been watching Hobin taking on Padua. Nate, what's going on with the Bruins and the Knights?
Hey, good evening, guys. Hey, Padua just jumped up on the scoreboard before halftime, tying the game at 10-10. Tim Terrell was a little concerned about the size and physicality of Padua coming in tonight, and it looks like they're giving Justin Kelly some time in the pocket. Correction, Kevin Peterson in the pocket to kind of throw these passes around. He's been finding his receivers. But again, 10-10. Hobin has only lost one game, and that last one again was against St. Edward.
Are you surprised at the way Padua's offense is able to function, Nate, given the fact that Hobin has had some success against D1 powers, Canton McKinley, and also St. Ed's?
Padua has taken advantage of these turnovers that Danny Clark has thrown 2 interceptions tonight. I just feel like the offense, just looking at that and say we got to capitalize on these opportunities. But am I surprised? No, not really. I came in and I was like, man, some of these guys are really big, and they're just giving their quarterback a lot of opportunities to be able to kind of get down the field.
Yep, we appreciate it, Nate Klein, and you see that is a pretty big offensive line. As this is one of the touchdowns right before half that ties it up at 10. So, you mentioned it, Chris. You wanted to see how the Bruins were going to respond. One half of football against a really good Hobin team, tied at 10. If you're Coach Paul Vasek, you got to be thrilled. I mean, that's an outstanding team. You're tied at 10.
Yeah, I mean, it just really validates everything that they're doing in the program, and it's showing a team like Padua that, yes, we can play with one of the best teams in the area. We're talking about the state champs of Division III. So just being with them for an entire half, that's something that matters moving forward. And Padua's 4-2 on the year, went 1-9 last year. It's their best start since 2010. They lost to Hobin last year 35-7. So if there are any questions about are we going in the right direction, are we growing the right way, the answer is yes. They're getting that answer here in the first half, being tied against a team like Hobin.
And if you're trying to pull that upset, what do you want? A shorter game.
Yep.
Well, you're tied at 10 now, getting close to halftime. So now you've got a shorter game, and now you've got an opportunity. You've got Hobin maybe asking some questions on that offensive line. That throw, Peterson had all kinds of time to deliver that football.
Wait, we'll take it a step further. You want a shorter game and you want turnovers. Something you've got in the first half, and if they continue that, Hobin Knights could be in trouble.
And the other thing for Padua, 2 losses on the year, but the 2 losses are against 2 teams combined 10-2 on the season, and the point total combined 6 points. So they have been in every single game, and they're 6 points away from being undefeated going into tonight's game against Hobin, and it looks like they're playing with, they have no intimidation. They feel like they belong on the same field against the Division III state champs, and that's a huge step for any program.
We're going to check in with Ryan Isley. He joins us on the phone. St. Ignatius and GlenOak, another one of your Federal League teams here, Chris. Ryan, what's going on with the Wildcats and the Golden Eagles?
Hey, guys. Well, it was a really close game up until this last couple of minutes. St. Ignatius puts a touchdown on the board with 31 seconds to go in the first half to go up 21-10. The ensuing kickoff by GlenOak is fumbled. Ignatius picks it up at the GlenOak 14. Takes advantage, gets a field goal. They lead 24-10 at the half. And that came after Elijah Ladson broke off a 48-yard touchdown run for GlenOak with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. It made it 14-10 at the time, and it looked like GlenOak was starting to get all of the momentum after Ignatius had all the momentum in the first quarter. And then it's how you end ball games, and Ignatius ended the first half strong, and it'll be interesting to see what GlenOak does coming out into the second half, because Ignatius does receive the ball to start the second half.
Hey Ryan, the line of scrimmage. How were the Golden Eagles? How's GlenOak doing on the offensive line? Were they able to do some things? I know that 48-yard run, but were they starting to get some things figured out offensively on that offensive line?
Those first couple of series were brutal to watch because the Ignatius defensive line was just manhandling GlenOak. But it looks as the game was going on and it was progressing, it looked like the GlenOak play calling was getting a little more aggressive, a little more I don't want to say tricky, but a little more creative, and it allowed their front line to kind of keep the Ignatius front line at bay and allow them to do some things. They were able to complete some passes. They actually completed a 67-yard pass from the shadow of their own end zone on third down when it looked like Ignatius was going to get great field position back again. So as the second quarter progressed, the GlenOak offense, it was a lot of play calling, I think, but it made the Ignatius defense not as aggressive, and it allowed the Eagles to get some things going.
Ryan Isley, we appreciate the update. We'll check back in as that second half develops between GlenOak and St. Ignatius. Now joining us on the phone, Tim Bielik, who is watching the Chardon Hilltoppers take on the Mayfield Wildcats. And Tim, is Chardon as impressive as it seems back here?
So far, the answer is yes. It's 30-14 at the half here in Chardon. It's actually been a little more one-sided than it seems, than 30-14 seems. Chardon went up 23-0, but it seems like Mayfield got into the game right after that thanks to Michael Canganelli's nice 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Really, that's been the biggest thing Mayfield has done to get in the game is 2 long returns by Canganelli. Another one set up their second touchdown where he actually was able to connect with Kyle Silbernagel on a trick play where he took the shotgun toss from his quarterback, Anthony Williams, and tossed it to Silbernagel, who was in the end zone on a fourth down. But really, Chardon has been phenomenal on both sides of the football. Tommy Beninati, 2 touchdowns. Joe Dinko has 1 as well. Chardon's just looked very good on both sides of the football tonight.
All right, Tim Bielik, we will continue to check in with Tim as he provides us updates from Chardon, unbeaten on the year, trying to go to 7-0, taking on Mayfield. One of the things we love here on the Friday Night Huddle, we have our student reporters out at games. Andrew Triner checks in with Hoover, taking on Uniontown Lake. Take it away, Andrew.
What's up, guys? I'm back here at North Canton Hoover Football Stadium. The Hoover Vikings are down 28-7 at the half to the Lake Blue Streaks. Lake has been running the ball a lot in the first half. When they've been passing, they've had some good screen plays that have led to some big touchdowns for them. But so far, Lake has been dominating on both sides of the ball. Hoover hasn't been able to get any run plays off. They did have 1 touchdown so far. It was by quarterback John Keller to wide receiver Alex Nicholson. Hopefully in the second half, we can get more of an even game and hopefully get the score back so it becomes competitive. But right now, Lake Blue Streaks are up 28-7 at the halftime over the North Canton Hoover Vikings.
Nice job by Andrew Tyner, our student reporter, giving us the update from your Federal League. Uniontown Lake, a 28-7 lead on the North Canton Hoovers. So nice job by our student reporter there.
Yeah,
very well done.
Absolutely. Hoover, they're having trouble scoring the football.
Yeah.
3 losses in a row. 0 points, 8 points, 14 points. They're struggling offensively right now.
Uniontown Lake's a pretty good football team. They're one of the D2 schools in the Federal League. Most of them are D1. But the Lake Blue Streaks, a physical team that usually will run the football pretty well, and those teams usually play pretty well. Physical running and defense usually wins football games.
And they open up the season 4-0, got a win against Copley in week 3. Then back-to-back losses against Massillon-Jackson, number 1 in Division I, Region 1, Canton-McKinley, and it was a last-second pass that went incomplete. So they showed, even in the losses against Jackson and McKinley, that they belonged on the same field as those teams, and they're a team that's probably going to be heard from as this season goes on. And this is the way that you bounce back. Close loss against Canton-McKinley, bounce back, do what you should do against a team in Hoover that has lost 3 in a row and is struggling offensively.
And Uniontown Lake, that's a team to keep an eye on in Division II as well. You mentioned when you play that type of competition with Jackson and McKinley, it prepares you. You're now used to it. Close game against McKinley, that's a playoff caliber football team. So that kind of gets you strengthened and ready to go for weeks 8, 9, and 10 coming up when you need to move and get things rolling if you're going to be a playoff team. And that's kind of where we are right now, week 7. This is where the teams separate. If you want to be a playoff contender, you need to separate and get things done in weeks 7, 8, and 9.
That's why I keep going back to Menor, and that's why head coach Steve Trevisano says it every single year. Why do we play the level of competition that we do at the beginning of the season, even if it can lead to losses? Because it gets us ready for the playoffs, and we haven't missed the playoffs since 2009. So when we get there, we've already played against these great teams during the year. What we're seeing in the playoffs is nothing new. Our guys aren't going to be intimidated. They're not going to be surprised by the speed, the athleticism, the toughness, because we played a playoff schedule. That's why teams do it at the beginning of the season. And that's one of the questions that you have about some of these teams that are 5-1, 6-0. Brecksville comes to mind.
Yep.
Chardon comes to mind. When you get into the postseason and things become so different than what you saw in the regular season, are you going to be able to take that next step? And that question remains for some teams, where it usually doesn't remain for a team like Mentor.
Well, right now, we're going to step aside and take a quick time out. Games are pretty much at halftime, getting ready for some third quarter action. It's week 7 of high school football across the Buckeye State. We'll huddle back up right here on the Friday Night Huddle on cleveland.com after a quick timeout.
Day sale is held over, so you can still pay no interest until 2022 on qualifying purchases. Or get our best-selling Sealy pillow top with gel foam, just $4.99 and a free TV. Raise the head, raise the feet for a better night's sleep. Adjustable sets as low as $7.99. Ask about same or next day delivery and 6 years no interest financing. The Columbus Day sale held over this week at Mattress Warehouse.
And the crew score! To the rim, count it! He's still on his feet!
People got stomped and killed. It was a brutal game.
It was a decade of excellence.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
We are a team. We are the playmakers. We are the game changers. We are the victors. We are the underdogs. And that's why we are football. We are high school sports.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
There is a place where dreams arise, stars are born, and greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable. Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Les Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the weekend sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Mattress Warehouse Columbus Day sale is held over, so you can still pay no interest until 2022 on qualifying purchases. Or get our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99 and a free TV. Raise the head, raise the feet for a better night's sleep. Adjustable sets as low as $7.99. Ask about same or next day delivery and 6 years no interest financing. The Columbus Day sale held over this week at Mattress Warehouse.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
It's Friday night!
Friday nights are for high school football. And no one else covers it better than Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Join Neil Sika and Matt Finkus for the biggest moments.
He's still on his feet!
Top highlights.
Check out that hit.
And in-depth analysis from around Ohio. High School Blitz. Friday nights at 11 with review shows on Wednesday. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle along with Dan Lobby from cleveland.com and Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Well, we have a fan-submitted highlight, West Geauga and Orange. And let's take a look as the West Geauga and Orange game. And it's West Geauga with the football. The Wolverines deep in Orange territory. And Drew Bennett grabs it for the touchdown, and that cuts Orange's lead to 21-12. So Orange leading West Geauga now 21-12 after the Drew Bennett touchdown. And again, we appreciate the viewer-submitted highlight. Again, if you want to do that, Twitter, capital F, capital N, Huddle, or Friday Huddle. You can submit the Twitter video, and we will use it as our highlight and update segment. So, again, West Geauga, nice job. Well done as Drew Bennett gets the touchdown. 21-12 is the score. Well, we're going to check in as we have a student update. It's Cameron Janosik from North Royalton. Cameron is following the North Royalton and Brecksville Bees. What's going on with this one, Cameron?
Well, right now, the Brecksville Bees are up by 15 against the North Royalton Bears. The Bears have been getting a lot of good defense, unfortunately not enough, and Brecksville has been getting a lot of touchdowns.
So, Cameron, what's the score? You said it's a 15-point lead. Give us the score here.
Right now, it is 14-29. Bears are 14, Brecksville is 29.
What stands out about this? What has North Royalton been able to do to kind of hang within a couple of scores here?
Well, they've been able to hold the 1 yard line down on the away team. So, luckily enough, we've been able to hold the defense on just a very thin line, but unfortunately, it might not be enough since we have been getting our defenses broken by the Bees.
All right, Cameron Janosik, you see a junior from North Royalton High School, one of our student reporters. Well done, Cameron. We'll check back in as he covers the North Royalton and Brecksville game. The Bees trying to stay perfect on the season guides, and so far, the 15-point lead, getting it done.
Yeah, maybe a little closer than people expected, but you know how it goes on those rivalry games.
Yeah.
No matter, you throw the records out, as they like to say, and the game can always be a little bit tougher, especially in the early going.
Winner of this one gets the Golden Shoe Trophy. Brecksville has been hanging on to that shoe since 2012. So North Royalton struggling lately. They made the playoffs in 2012, kind of went down since then. It was 7-0 last year between the two teams, but this Brecksville offense has been on a roll all season long. Luke Stern had one of the better quarterbacks in Northeast Ohio. Just one of these offenses that you look at the box score and you see 42, you see 49, you see 56. So going to be tough for a team like North Royalton to hang with that kind of offense.
Bryant Kaiser is on the phone. He joins us with an update for Cleveland Heights at Bedford. Bryant, what's going on with the Tigers and the Bearcats?
Well, according to the calendar, summertime is supposed to be over, but not the Cleveland Heights Tigers. Sir Summers, his name is, he has 2 touchdown passes, a 25-yard pass, and a 30-yard pass. Cleveland Heights lead 21-12. Sir Summers, he's 6'4", 180 pounds. Big guy, big guys. That's what Cleveland Heights has. A lot of big guys. Offensive lineman, defensive lineman, 6'5". So that's the 5'9" quarterback for Bedford. He's like Johnny Manziel, 5'9", and this are big ends for the Cleveland Heights Tigers.
How's the Heights defense doing? Bedford offense kind of high-powered, only 12 points in the first half. Has that Cleveland Heights defense been getting it done, or is it more self-inflicted wounds for the Bedford Bearcats?
Some self-inflicted. We had a lot of penalties in that first half. But like I said, that off the defensive line, you got Tariq Smith. He's 6'5", 240. We got Jashawn Ingram. He's a senior. He's 6'2", 205. So you got a lot of big bodies in front. Adrian Hargis, he's 6'4", 285. Then they got Kyle McCracken. He's 6'5", 285. So there's a lot of beef in that Cleveland Heights front four. I mean, they could really come at the quarterback. So Sean Williams going to really have to figure out how to slow these guys down and get them on the scoreboard more.
All right, we appreciate it. Bryant Kaiser, Bedford in danger of tasting defeat for the first time all season.
And we've talked about how sometimes in a football game, one play can change the outcome. Well, in the case of Cleveland Heights, one play has changed their outlook on the entire season. They got blown out in the first 2 games. They're trailing against, or they're right there in the game against Benedictine, in danger of going 0-3 on the season. They start 0-4 last year, not feeling great about themselves. They get the goal line stand, and they've ripped off 4 wins since then, and they're in prime position to pull an upset against undefeated Bedford. So if you look back at the season for the Tigers, everything changed on a goal line stand against Benedictine when it looked like their season could have gotten away from them very, very fast. They've regrouped, and now it looks like this offense is going to be as potent as many people expected with all the different weapons.
I didn't know where our guy Bryant was going with that
the
summer reference there, but
Yeah.
It was worth the journey. I mean, that is just one of those many weapons that Cleveland Heights has on the offensive side of the football.
So summer in October, as the Cleveland Heights Tigers sure think so. They lead previously unbeaten, currently unbeaten Bedford at halftime. Well, our Matt Gould is covering the Hudson and Stow game, and he files this report at halftime. Matt, take it away.
Hey, this is Matt Gould for cleveland.com. Halftime, Stow with a 17-7 lead on Hudson. It's been all Bulldogs after an early touchdown for the Explorers. We got a big play early on. Really, the difference in this game so far has been Stow's defensive front. They've really gotten to Hudson's quarterbacks. Hudson's used all 3 of their quarterbacks they've got tonight, including Jackson Parker, Colt Malloy, and a new quarterback they had tonight, who I actually have to check the roster to identify him. I believe his last name is Wallace. Stow has just been penetrating the backfield, as you might have seen on my last highlight before the half. Also a little trickery there on offense, too, with Joe Andressy. and Stow is really starting to gain some momentum here right now, and that's where we're at with 17-7 at halftime.
Matt Gould files that report, and it is William Wallace. He does play quarterback, plays some. They've pretty much used 3 quarterbacks the last couple of weeks, so it's Jackson Parker, Colt Pillay, and William Wallace.
How many times a day do you think William Wallace gets Braveheart quotes shouted at him? We come here with no peaceful intent, but ready for battle. Like, that has to happen. That has to be his life.
It does.
Okay. All right. Are you the one that does that?
No,
too?
no.
Do you just like stop by the school every day and like?
I have kids that go to the school.
Somebody just calls his cell phone with a Braveheart quote and then just hangs up.
Well, Stow is really in a good position, up 10, and as Matt mentioned, that defense is big and they're aggressive, and they're going to be a handful for anybody to handle. But you get a 10-point lead, and all of a sudden things change a little bit. You change what you want to do, you change your aggressiveness, and it's now the hill is getting steeper for the Hudson Explorers.
Yeah, and I guess if you're Hudson in that locker room, what you're saying is maybe the opposite. It's only 17-7. Maybe you haven't quite done what you wanted to do. You've had Bulldog defenders in the backfield all day, but it is still only a 10-point game, so if you can come out and get off to a good start, maybe you can make something out of that. But it sounds like it's one of those games where it's a 10-point game, but maybe it should be a little more.
And I think for Stow, the perspective of them, it's starting to look big picture, right? Because you feel like this is one of the better teams in D1 Region 1. And what Matt said there, I think, is so important moving forward. The fact that they're able to control the line of scrimmage offensively and defensively. Because when you start thinking big picture, you think Stow's going to have to play against Solon, or Stow's going to have to play against St. Ignatius, or Stow's going to have to play against St. Ed's. And the best way for Stow to be able to hang with those teams is show that they've got enough beef, they've got enough physicality in the trenches. Because if you don't have that, St. Ed's, St. Ignatius, teams of that caliber, they're going to expose that flaw. And it's not going to matter who you have at quarterback. It's not going to matter that you have all these weapons on the outside. Because if you don't have the beef up front, you're not hanging in D1 Region 1. So for Matt to say that about Stow, I think big picture, that's promising for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, without question. Well, in Central Ohio, one of the games that has everybody's attention is Upper Arlington and Hilliard Davidson. Time for us to check in and get an update as Hilliard Davidson and Upper Arlington doing battle. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Give us what's going on with the Golden Bears and the Cats?
Yeah, we're tied at 7 here in Hilliard. Upper Arlington came out, got the ball first, quickly threw an interception to Hilliard. And Hilliard's triple option offense moves the ball methodically down the field, gets a touchdown for 5 yards out. It looked like they had some life right before halftime, getting a fumble and took it down, got a 3-yard touchdown pass that tied things up here. So you've got the tie ball game between two good teams, and looks like the second half should be interesting.
And we're going to see the tying touchdown as we speak. It's Upper Arlington tying it up. Cooper to Smith ties it up, a short touchdown. When you look at this game, Patrick, how has Upper Arlington's defense done against that triple option? I know Hilliard Davidson has scored. Have they been able to move the football pretty regularly, or has it been just one drive?
Yeah, that first drive they really moved it well. They had another drive where they were moved into Upper Arlington territory but then fumbled. So kind of been a bend but don't break job by Upper Arlington's defense so far, and it kept them in the game for sure.
Yeah, Hilliard Davidson always seems to give teams problems because you can't really simulate the speed they run that triple option at. So if you're a defense going against that, like Upper Arlington, what you're trying to do is you hope that the adjustment you can make at halftime lends itself to shutting that down a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like even as the half progressed, Upper Arlington defense started to figure things out a little bit, and even the offense, on the other side of the ball, they started to get things going based on what Hilliard was doing defensively.
Now, Hilliard Davidson has a couple of losses. That's kind of strange for Brian White's team. Do you sense they're starting to play like you would expect Hilliard Davidson to, getting things together and rolling as of late?
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. Upper Arlington's a team I've seen a few times this year and have been very good. And Hilliard, certainly containing that offense, which can be explosive both passing and running the ball. So, I would definitely say that Davidson's starting to figure it out here as the season progresses.
Patrick Murphy, we appreciate the update. He is watching one of the Super 25 teams, Upper Arlington, doing battle against Hilliard Davidson, one of the perennial powers from Central Ohio.
Yeah, and the guy to watch, we talk about great running backs all the time. E.J. Caldwell for Upper Arlington is a fantastic running back, plays defensive back too. And a quote that I thought was interesting, his coach says he plays offense like a defensive player. He's elusive. He's elusive enough to get away from you, but he'll also run right over you. So he's kind of that versatile back. Plays lacrosse too. Was on that state championship lacrosse team, so the guy can move a little bit.
Dave, you mentioned it. Davidson has not played their best football, but their only 2 losses are against Hilliard Bradley and Olentangy Liberty. So a combined 11-1 there, and you're talking about a team in Davidson that has dominated this matchup against Upper Arlington. For Upper Arlington, 6-0 start, but now here in Week 7, you're playing against the bar. Hilliard Davidson has set the bar for the conference, the OCC, and Upper Arlington, despite this fast start, has lost 9 straight games against Hilliard Davidson, including 2 last year, 1 in the regular season, 1 in the playoffs. So if there's a game on the calendar for Upper Arlington, they've already gotten 1 signature win, beating Pick Central. This is the one that they want to get to show themselves that they have taken that next step.
Well, and conversely, if you're Brian White's Hilliard Davidson team, you get the win over a 6-win team in Upper Arlington, and you vaulted yourself right back into playoff contention, and you're going to move up pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's what they think about when it's Hilliard Davidson. That's the goal for them, and they've got a quarterback who can run it on the ground. They've got a running back in Ryan Royer who can do it on the ground, who outrushed Central Crossing total yards himself. So when you have those kinds of guys, you want to take advantage of having them in your program and make sure that you capitalize on that and get to the postseason.
Well, we had an update from Mike Fitzpatrick, and I got to be honest, I'm surprised that Midview Olmsted Falls game was not significantly higher scoring at halftime. So maybe these teams showing us, guys, we play a little bit of defense out here.
We just waited to unveil it here in Week 7, obviously.
We haven't had to play it because we can outscore
for the playoffs,
everybody.
right?
Exactly. But in all seriousness, when you think of Midview, that's a team that nobody really shuts down offensively. 14 points is not a lot for they usually have that on the first 14 points. That's the first 3 possessions.
And Dustin Crum's numbers, they kind of make your head spin. 1,426 yards through the air and 771 yards on the ground. The guy has been doing it all ever since he took over that starting job. And anytime you hold Midview, to under 21 points for an entire game, that's a small victory for your defense.
And I feel like to some degree, Midview's kind of been flying under the radar. Not a lot of conversation about the middies here because Division II, you talk a lot about Avon, you talk about Aurora, you talk about Bedford off to a great start, 6-0. And all those teams, they deserve that kind of recognition. And then all of a sudden you've got, as Dan said, Dustin Crum setting passing records, Midview sitting there, number 3 spot in Division II Region 6, saying, hey, don't forget about us here. We can play with all those other teams that you're talking about.
Well, one of the teams we've talked about, Division I Region 1, the Solon Comets, Jeff Sabo, has an update for us. Jeff, what's going on out at Pat Catan Stadium in Strongsville?
Well, the Comets are up 30-0 as Joe Bubonic connected with Thomas Wilkes on a screen pass 61 yards into the end zone. That is Wilkes' first touchdown of the night, 12th of the season. Comets currently up by 30 with 7 seconds left to go here in this third quarter.
All right, Jeff Sabo, we had touched on it. Joe Bubonics hadn't thrown the touchdown pass, so he gets one to Thomas Wilkes. Both of the guys we talked about getting rolling offensively.
Yes, and in the third quarter alone, Wilkes has been able to carry the ball a little bit more and has been able to get some key yardage on certain plays. Bubonic looked a little more comfortable out here in the third quarter. He's been able to hit some receivers, and as a result, the Comets up 30-0. And the offense, considering the Solon offense, they've had some moments where they've had a couple of false starts, they've had a couple of miscues, but overall, They're up 30-0, and it looks like they are going to pull away with a victory here tonight.
All right, and the band plays on. Jeff Sabo, we appreciate the update from Solon Education Television, and we will check back in with him.
I don't know.
Comets just rolling.
I don't know what else to say about Solon. The truth is, here in the final 4 weeks of the season, including tonight, Solon is better than every team left on the schedule. That's just the truth, and that's how much the Comets have separated themselves. So for the end of this regular season, it's going to be about staying healthy. It's going to be about staying sharp for the postseason. And I think it's going to be important for head coach Jim McQuaid to continue to give his team little goals, little things that he wants them to accomplish throughout the course of the game to keep them engaged and keep them sharp.
And I think it's good that your quarterback, who's starting at quarterback for the first time for you, goes through a game where maybe he struggles a little bit and kind of has to find a way to turn it around in the second half. Maybe he throws a couple picks, has to deal with that, because that's life as a quarterback. Sometimes you're not going to be at your best. Sometimes you're going to make mistakes, and you've got to be able to put that behind you and move on to the next quarter, the next play, and make sure that's what you're focused on.
Well, another team in Division I, Region 1 that we've talked about, trying to get back in to the playoff picture. The Mentor Cardinals taking on Medina, leading 28-19. Cardinals offense near midfield and kind of driving, moving the football down and trying to get some more points and expand that lead. Tadas Tadarunas throws, and it's deflected a couple of times and finally picked off by J.T. Scorsese. A nice job by J.T. Scorsese. Tips it and grabs it. Heck of a job. Tip drill to himself. So they hold on. The Medina defense comes up with a stop, and it's picked off.
What's the deficit in that game, Chris?
It's still 9.
Two score?
Yeah, it's two score.
Okay.
How about my man number 6, too, from Medina, flexing on him? I love the dude, too, like he didn't make the play. It was somebody else that made the play, but he wanted to celebrate. That was a big play for Medina because you've got Mentor driving. Mentor about to go up by a little bit more than what Medina is probably comfortable with Mentor being up, and then coming up with that kind of play. That can spark your offense, and that can give your defense a little bit of confidence of, hey, look, yes, we can slow down the Cardinals, or yes, we can come up with a play when we absolutely have to have one against that caliber offense.
So the Bees defense answers, comes up with the turnover, keeps it at 9. 28
Chasing that point.
to 19, and we continue to follow that point and see if we can find it. The point that Chris Fedor had spoken of. The other thing that, we touched on a little bit, the Chardon Hilltoppers, and starting to expand that lead. That's got to be a nice, if they can continue this and beat Mayfield. Mayfield's a team that's gotten them in the past.
Yes.
And I know Mayfield might be a little down from where they've been in previous years, but that's still a program that it's a good program. If you beat them, you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a hurdle, no matter where the team is at. For example, last week, Padua able to beat Walsh Jesuit for the first time since contacts were invented. I mean, it doesn't matter that Walsh Jesuit is having a down year this year, because for Padua, a program that's trying to be on the rise, that's something significant for them. That can be a stepping stone. And now on the other side of this, we're talking about the same kind of situation. Mayfield got Chardon twice. There are 2 losses that Chardon has in the last 12 games, both against Mayfield, once in the regular season, once in the playoffs. So Chardon's not looking at it saying, well, this loss is diminished because Mayfield's not the same team. They're not looking at it like that. They're saying Mayfield is a team that we have to prove to ourselves that we can get past, and Chardon is certainly doing that tonight.
Yeah, again, you can only beat the teams that are on your schedule. And a lot of times that's dictated by the conference you play in. You make the schedule out a couple years in advance. When you schedule somebody in those first 3 non-conference weeks, you usually do it, and they're usually pretty good, and sometimes they slip a little bit. And that, you can't blame a team for what their schedule is.
And listen, for Chardon, they want to get home field advantage in that first round. This is you talk about the toughest regions, as you go through divisions, and Region 5 is really, really challenging when you just look at some of the teams, including Aurora, Copley, Brecksville, Warren Harding, Bedford, a team we've been following tonight. That's a really difficult region. So if you can make somebody come to your place and play you in week 1, that's a big advantage for a team like Chardon.
Well, another team that we've talked about, Medina and Mentor. Let's check back in at Pat Catan Stadium. We saw the Bees intercept a pass as Mentor was driving on Medina. And now a little jet sweep, and they give it to Dylan Fultz on the reverse, blocking out in front. Look at Dylan Fultz. Yeah, he says, I'm a playmaker. Don't forget about me. Look at Big 71 out blocking, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. 51 yards. Dylan Fultz comes up with the big play, and yeah, they're celebrating as it is now 28-26.
And the thing that stands out to me, when we go to those highlights, it has been Jimmy Daw, it has been Dylan Fultz, it was Dylan Fultz a time before that. That's smart for head coach Dan Sutherland. It's not that Gavin Montgomery can't make the plays. He showed last week in his first ever start that he can make the plays. But in that kind of environment, against that caliber opponent in Mentor, a team that Medina lost to last year, you just don't want to put that much on him. So taking pressure off of him any way possible is going to be very, very beneficial, not just for tonight against Mentor, but even moving forward to allow your quarterback to get comfortable. So I like the game plan by Medina to not make it be all about Gavin Montgomery, even though the Bees were trailing 21-0 at one point.
Well, we've talked about Chardon and Mayfield. Chardon with the lead, but the Wildcats, they are not going to go quietly. They're not going to go easily. Mayfield has a talented running back, Michael Canganelli. And here we go, Michael Canganelli going to get the handoff. And Michael Canganelli fighting in, and he gets into the end zone. Good push by the offensive line as Canganelli from a yard out. So hang on.
Points.
It's a one-score game at 30-22.
This is a Chardon team that hasn't allowed more than 14,
Right.
has only allowed double digits that one time when they allowed 14. So you put 22 against this team. Never mind the fact that they're in this game with Chardon. You put 22 points up against a team that doesn't allow 22 points.
Yeah. I think two things here. I think number one, probably a shock to Chardon's system a little bit. They were up 30-7, feeling good about themselves, feeling like they were going to get that win that they desperately want against Mayfield. So that's number one. And number two, for a team like Chardon, probably good to get this kind of test, because Dan mentioned what they're going to be facing in Division II, Region 5 in the postseason. And Chardon has those kinds of big aspirations. It's about the postseason. So get this kind of test. They haven't been tested at all year. This is the stiffest test to this point. Show that you can handle that. Show that you can recover from that. And maybe it's going to give you a sense of what's going to be expected in the postseason.
Now, Michael Canganelli is an outstanding running back. Started a couple years, and he's fast. So that will test any defense. And right now, Michael Canganelli giving the Chardon Hilltoppers all they want. Let's check back in as the Stow Bulldogs leading Hudson 17-7, and the Bulldogs driving. Oh, Van Treese, a nice job of handling the snap. Buys some time, and he finds Logan Lindsay. Nice job. That's a D1 college quarterback maneuver, because he kind of dribbled the ball, didn't panic in the least, used the opportunity to buy some time, and then delivered a strike to Logan Lindsay for the touchdown. And you see Stow starting to assert themselves against the Hudson Explorers, 24-7 in the third quarter.
And credit that offensive line, too, because a lot of times when something like that happens, I mean, it throws your timing off. And as an offensive lineman, timing can be everything sometimes. So give credit to them for holding their blocks. You got Kyle Van Treese back there pointing to guys,
Right,
almost
exactly.
like it's a video game.
Yep.
But for Stow, that's big. Come out, start off strong like that. Put Hudson in your rearview mirror as quickly as you can.
You can see the chemistry, too.
Yeah.
Van Treese and Lindsay, they've been playing together for a long time. And at that point, he was pointing at Lindsay. Lindsay knew exactly what he was supposed to do: uncover, go back towards the middle instead of going more towards the sideline. And that's the kind of chemistry in the passing game that you simply can't teach. The only way you can get that is experience and reps, and that's another reason why Stow is so dangerous.
You know, Logan Lindsay, a senior at Stow, wide receiver. His younger brother, Luke Lindsay, he's a freshman who was the freshman quarterback for St. Vincent St. Mary, filling in when Dante Taylor was injured. So Pretty good football genes running through the Lindsay household over there in Stow.
Logan couldn't get him to come over to Stow at all. I mean, come on, man.
The Irish are calling. Come on.
It's tough. It's tough when a team says, "Hey, look, guess who played here? LeBron James played here. It's LeBron James' alma mater. Come here." It's kind of tough to say no to that.
I guess.
Well, there you have it. So Menor, a nice job hanging in there as it's now 28-26. Let's take a look in live as Menor and Medina battling closely and really doing a nice job in hanging in there.
So they will mark off 15 yards here against the Bees.
And take a look, 53 there. Oh, let's see, there's 54. Yeah, it happened back behind the play. It looked like Cody Wise. You saw how quickly that flag came out. We still had players pulling. There's Cody Wise, big 73, center of this offensive unit. 2-year starter. Keith White, left guard, is a 2-year starter. Patrick Ross, the only first-year player, there's 71. And Browser's a 2-year starter, and of course the right guard, Garrett Grandis, the senior, starting for his 3rd year at offensive line for Medina. Experienced group.
Well, there'll be a false start against the Bees, and they'll walk 5 more off.
This experienced group is making first-year mistakes right now.
So the ball will be at the 15 now.
Well, and here you see it, guys. It's now a 1st and 30. Not many plays in the playbook for Medina at 1st and 30. But you know what? Credit the Bees that they fell behind. They're hanging in there now. They're now 2 points down. So you mentioned chasing the point, but they're right in this. And if you're Menor, there's really a renewed sense of urgency. Menor needs this one.
You also have to give a lot of credit to the Medina defense because early on in this game, early in the first quarter, it was Menor 21, Medina nothing. So we're talking about an explosive Cardinals offense, getting it going early, 3 straight scores. Since the first quarter, the Cardinals have been held to just a single touchdown. So we have talked a lot about Medina's offense and all of the weapons that they have in Montgomery and Daw and Whitaker and Fultz. But for them to hold Menor to just a touchdown in 2 quarters, that's big time.
And there's Dylan Fultz again from Montgomery. And Dylan Fultz, that will put the Bees ahead. That's a heck of a throw by Montgomery. Now you see why Coach Sutherland liked his backup quarterback.
And
you can do it any better.
Gutsy play call, too. Some teams might play it safe in that situation. 2nd and 30, maybe do a draw play, a short pass, see what you can get. They just throw it down the field. They have confidence they can throw the ball down the field against this Cardinals defense.
Let's listen in to Dave Wilson and Ryan Cavanaugh. You can see this game in its entirety on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel starting at 11:30. Let's listen in.
Well, they spread out Menor. They're in virtually man coverage with no deep help. Fultz gets behind his man. Gavin Montgomery drops a dime, and he lets Dylan Fultz do the rest. What a play for number 7.
Boy, once the ball gets in his hands, he can absolutely take off. The afterburners come on. He is almost impossible to catch. They go for 2. Medina with the lead, trying to add to it. It's incomplete, and they were looking for Fultz at the pylon.
Now that's a really good throw by Gavin Montgomery. It's a really good throw. Fultz is running a 5 and out, and the defender was in front of him, so Montgomery was trying to pass him open. He was trying to throw it back and wanting Dylan to adjust. He wasn't quite able to. But take a look at where this is the touchdown pass. I apologize. I mean, that's a beautiful pass. As you pointed out, one man, Will Lagonki, and then Dylan Fultz just shuts it down. He moved down into 4th gear, 3rd gear, 2nd gear, across the finish line. What a play.
Yeah, again, here's a look at that 2-point conversion. You love the 2-point conversion. The commissioner of the Federal League wants to outlaw 2-point conversions. But well covered. And I think you saw the kickoff team and the poor Menor Cardinal guy looked like he was losing hair as he was going out and talking to him. And you know what? Credit Medina. So the Bees push down 21-0. Middle of the third quarter, they come back and they have the lead.
You've got something you want to say.
No, I don't. I'm just going to write a book on when to go for 2 and when
They
not
have
to.
that. Don't they have the little chart?
It's the flip card.
Well, listen, though. They wanted to go up 6, right? That makes
But
sense.
if you go 5 there and Menor scores, because Menor's capable of doing that, your field goal then gives you a 1-point lead. Now in a situation where if Menor scores, now a field goal ties the game instead of gives you that 1-point lead. I just think chasing too many points. Maybe they don't trust their kicker. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe they had some plays that they really, really liked for their 2-point conversion and they wanted to try it out. But I just don't love chasing points against a team the caliber of Menor.
They did have the missed extra point to start the game. Their first score, they had the missed extra point. So maybe that's part of the reason.
Could be. But you're passionate about that. I like that.
I am. By the way, Coach Sutherland said, quote, this was after the injury to John Curtis when he hurt his arm. That is a terrible blow for us, but we have one of the best backup quarterbacks in Gavin Montgomery. Montgomery could be a starting quarterback anywhere else.
He
With
makes
a
throws
throw
like that?
Yeah, you understand where Coach Sutherland's coming from.
I get what he's saying. Let's head to the phones. We'll check in with Nate Klein. He has an update on the Hobin Knights taking on the Padua Bruins. What's going on, Nate?
Hey, guys. It's 10-14 left in the fourth quarter. Todd Sibley gives Hobin 2 touchdowns to go up 27-10 in this fourth quarter. Last play, short field. Hobin was able to kind of take advantage of that, kind of going for a 5-yard run. But again, it all sparked up in the third quarter when Sibley ran out for an 84-yard run from the line of scrimmage.
Has the Hobin defense been able to slow down Padua's offense, or is it kind of self-inflicted wounds that are stopping the Bruins here in that third quarter?
I don't think Padua would recover from that drive, with that 84-yard run. I don't know. They just look kind of out there in the wind. It just right now looks like Hobin just picked off another pass. Picked off a pass, from Padua. But go back to what you were saying here. I don't think Padua would just recover from that. Hobin has just kind of had their way and just running the football.
All right, Nate Klein, we appreciate it very much. Todd Sibley and that defense starting to really exert themselves. But again, we had touched on this, Chris. Padua, that's a measuring stick.
Yep.
They've grown. They're a pretty decent. You hang with Hobin like that, you're a pretty decent program. We're going to check in. Tim Bielik has an update for the Mayfield and Chardon game. Tim, what's going on out that way?
Fourth quarter just got underway. It's 30-22 Chardon right now. Chardon actually has a 3rd and goal at the Mayfield 1. Mayfield got back into the game with a 1-yard touchdown run by Canton and then converted the 2-point conversion. And right as I'm talking right now, Joe Cybus 1-yard touchdown run for Chardon to open the fourth quarter. Right now, this is the most points Chardon's given up all season. Mayfield hanging in there, but Chardon has stretched it back down to a 2-possession game.
Is it the running game and that wing T getting things rolling for the Hilltoppers?
Yeah, so far the running game's been working. Mayfield's done a good job of really containing it, limiting some big plays. They actually did force a turnover and able to strip Joe Dinko at the 1-yard line. They weren't able to get anything out of that, and the short field was helped lead to this touchdown. So after the extra point now, 37-22 Chardon, 2 seconds into the fourth quarter, guys.
All right, and there you see a long pass in the strip and then the recovery. All right, we appreciate it, Tim. We'll check back in with Tim Bielik as he continues to give us updates on that Chardon-Mayfield game. So the Hilltoppers pushed a little bit. They pushed back. Again, we've talked about it. How your team responds to adversity and quick changes like that determines if you're a good football team and how you're going to do if you get to the postseason.
When you're a team that hasn't been tested a whole lot, it's good to be tested.
Yeah.
Especially when you hang on and win. You aren't going to say that if you lose the game, but that's a game where you can come away if you win and say, all right, you know what, that was probably good that we got tested there.
Yeah, those tests where you don't win,
Right.
you really
No.
coaches tend to frown on those kind of tests.
I mean, everybody likes tests until they get an F on the test, and then they don't like the test anymore.
But, to your point, good to see Chardon pushed. Good to see the Hilltoppers respond. Mitch Hewitt's team looking like they're going to be a handful. And the one thing is, when a team like Chardon or a wing T or a triple option or one of those teams gets into the playoffs, it is a nightmare to prepare for because you don't see it very often. You can't simulate the speed of it. You just, as a coach, you kind of go, how do I prepare for this? And it's a real problem. And that's why some of the smaller schools will run that, because once you get into the playoffs, you can make some noise.
And you mentioned it with the athletic offensive lineman. It doesn't ask for you to have a bunch of huge guys on the offensive line. So if you've got a school that maybe just doesn't have that kind of size running through the hallways, you can go with a more athletic offensive line, a line that can get out and block people on the second level.
Well, we've talked a little bit about Hobin kind of extending things against the Padua Bruins. Bruins hanging tough early, but it's now the Hobin Knights extending the lead, and the guy that's helping it get it done, it's no surprise, it is one of their big two. They have a couple of big-time Division I recruits, quarterback Danny Clark, and their running back Todd Sibley was an Ohio State decommitted, and now is a Pitt Panther recruit. And Todd Sibley gets the handoff, and Todd Sibley, you're not going to bring down 23 with an arm tackle. He gets into the end zone. Also had a long touchdown run. And now the Hobin Knights starting to exert and take control of this, 27-10. They lead the Padua Bruins in the fourth quarter. But again, a measuring stick, and yeah, the Padua Bruins are on the right track under Coach Mike Polvasic.
Todd Sibley's the whole package, too.
He's a beast.
He's fun to watch run. Footwork is there. Pad level is there. Power is there. Speed is there. You can see why Ohio State liked this kid. And fans of Pitt are going to absolutely love watching this kid run the football.
He's a good kid, too. Have been around him a lot. Has a lot of fun, always smiling, having a good time on the field. So right now, the Hobin Knights showing why they are one of the top teams in Division III. And they're going to be a handful when they get to the postseason as they extend that lead. Again, good for the Knights. Pushed by the Bruins, and they push back. Kind of expected that, though. They have a lot of guys that played on that state championship team a year ago.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you can say about Hobin, and it's the reason why so many people think that Division III goes through Hobin is because they are battle-tested, and they've been there, and they understand how to respond to adversity, and they understand what they need to do in certain situations, and not every team has that kind of luxury. Some teams at this point, even though it's week 7, they're still learning things like that. But when Hobin's down or Hobin's in a tight game, they know exactly where to go. Hey, 23, here's the ball. Go do it for us the way that you have so many different times.
Well, one of the teams in Division IV to keep an eye on is the Cardinal Mooney Cardinals. Outstanding team, year in and year out. Play a team from Buffalo, New York. They are currently 4-1 on the year. Had a bye week, if you will, when they couldn't schedule a game last week. Playing a team from Buffalo, they get ready for a tough job of closing out the season in weeks 8, 9, and 10. But the one thing you know about Mooney, they're going to be able to run the football. They're going to be able to play physical and tough defense. And this year, they have a 3-headed monster in the backfield. A nice balance between running and passing is usually what offenses strive for. But when you have 3 big physical options to run the football, balance can take on a different meaning.
Last year I got in and I'm like, I need the ball. But this year when you got Jaylen coming off, it's like you give him a hit, then you give me a hit, and we know that. Most teams can't take that every play. If it was up to me, we would run the ball 100% of the time. All due respect to our receivers and quarterback, but we run the ball and we do it well, and I say keep going.
Anderson may have a future as an offensive coordinator. It's hard to argue with his logic. The Cardinals have 3 guys who could be, quote, featured runners on any team, and no defense has been able to stop them yet.
There is zero egos. There's zero issues with carries or yards or any of that kind of stuff. And that's the things that make you good. That's the things that you like to see in sports.
The trio is big and physical. Quarterback Antonio Page goes 5'11", 200 pounds. Running back Ray Anderson, number 8, a recent Naval commit, is 6 foot 215 pounds. And number 9, Jalen Hewlett, is 6 foot 240 pounds. All like to run downhill.
Me and Ray always say that 8-9 punch, and then sometimes we include Tone if we feel like it, but it's really about the 8-9 over there.
I feel like I'm the more shifty back out of everybody. They're the more power backs. They're trying to run somebody over. I'm trying to get away and create space so I can get upfield, get yards. But when I get hit, I'm still going to try to fight my way to get yards. It's just, I don't know, it's just how we are.
Growing up, we actually played against each other, but once we got to Mooney, we kind of formed a bond. We were always together. You see 8, you see 9, you see 9, you see 8. And when it's on the field, it's like we don't argue over the ball. We take turns. Sometimes we even force the other one in. But, I mean, when you see a guy go out and make that big run, you think, oh, no, I got to go do it. And then you come off, you're like, oh, I got to go do it. And we just go back and forth. It's fun on the sideline.
Not a whole lot of fun on the opposing sidelines, though. With 3 guys running the ball effectively, a key is the 5 guys up front. Mooney's O-line makes the 3-headed monster go.
You have a different respect for your offensive line. I love them to death. I cherish them. And every time I can, I compliment them. It's great coming into the huddle, and you hearing everybody smack you on the back. Come on, I got you. Follow me. They fighting over who to follow.
They're big. Without them, we can't do anything. Like, if they don't block, the whole D-line's coming in, linebackers flowing, so we can't do nothing without them. Every time I'm in the huddle, I get them props.
Football coaches will always tell you running the ball is a mindset, and these Cards have it.
I said from day one we were going to run down cats' throats, and I meant it with everything in me. And now that we're doing it well, I know that people are going to put more people in the box. But, I mean, we're just going to break more tackles and get more yards. So, I mean, I take a lot of pride in it, and I know that we do it well. We got some things to fix, but a lot of the guys up front deserve all the credit. I mean, we do our thing in the back end, but the guys up front bust their butts.
Bottom line, if you're lining up against the Cardinals, be prepared for a physical 48 minutes of football. And those Cardinals are a lot of fun. Jaylen Harris plays defensive end and running back, and Ray Anderson plays middle linebacker and running back. So, yeah, they run the ball pretty physically. Well, we have our first final of the night in. The Solon Comets victorious as they shut out Strongsville 30-0. Let's take a listen in as Jim McQuaid addresses his team.
Always appreciate winning. And where we're at right now, all of us, is how good do we want to be. That's it, plain and simple. That means every day we got to do something to get better. Does that make sense? That's where we're at. That's there. How long do you want to play? Right? How long do you want to keep doing that this year? That means there is no time to just cruise through things. Tomorrow, we got to get better. Whether it's in the pool or it's playing the JV game, to get better. That's it. That's how we have to approach it for all of us to get what we want. Because that's the kind of team we have right now. We're not toying with anybody. Who cares about anyone? It doesn't matter. It's about us. Everything is about us. Let's go. Get a break. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Get it, JT. Get it, JT. Go one. Bring the next 3. We are SC. We are SC. We are SC. What's the word?
And there you have it. You know, we kind of touched on it at the beginning. Would they look past the Strongsville Mustangs? And that's the way you avoid it. It's not about anybody else. It's about us. You got to get better every day. And you know what? If you get a team buying in, really good things happen.
And we've seen it every week that we've done this show. Every interview he's done that we've put on this show has been, okay, now let's go get better. No matter what. Now let's go get better. Now let's go get ready for the next team. Like, so how long do you want to play? If Solon wants to, they can play pretty long into November.
You got to be impressed with the way they've handled what they've done. Yep. You know, the loss to Stow was a game, could have gone either way at the end. Didn't go their way. No hangover whatsoever. That's the sign of a good team.
But it's the right message because they are good. Everybody knows that Solon is good, but the question is, okay, how good do you want to be? Are you going to be satisfied just being 9-1? Are you going to be satisfied just getting to the postseason? Because that's what I love about Coach McQuaid is he's basically telling every single one of those guys, I see more for you guys. I see greatness for you guys, but it's not up to me to do it. It's up to you individually to go and chase that. How good do you want to be? You're better than Elyria. You're better than Shaker Heights. The other teams left on your schedule, but it's up to you how good you want to be.
Well, we had the opportunity, Jeff Sabo from Solon Educational TV caught up with Jim McQuaid, and this is their conversation post-game.
All right, Coach. As always, the defense stepped up tonight, and it really kept you in this ball game.
No, our defense is the key to our team. We're going to ride our defense, and we need to get efficient in all other aspects of the game. That's it, plain and simple. We can get better in a lot of things.
And you definitely, in talking about the offense, you know, a couple of times, a little slow to get started. A couple hiccups here and there. However, you still put 30 points in on the scoreboard. What do you need to do to prepare for the rest of the season with the offense?
Well, we will always appreciate winning, and we're very appreciative of being 6-1 and winning tonight 30-0. But like I said, there are things that we need to look at tomorrow. We can be more efficient in all three aspects of the game, for sure.
Exactly. And what else do you feel helped your team out tonight?
No, we played well at times, and they caused us. Their pace is a very different pace. The pace that they play at is different than you see a lot, and it gives you some problems sometimes. So we'll go back to work tomorrow. We got stuff we can work on. The goal is to be 7-1 next week.
All right, Coach.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And there you have it, Jim McQuaid. Never going to be satisfied. 6-1, looking pretty good in Division I, Region 1 right now.
I feel like if they go on to win the state championship in his post-game press conference, he'll start talking about, like, all right, guys, let's go get the weight room. Let's head back to Solon and get in the weight room.
And I love how he says, okay, the goal is 7-1 next week. Because last week he said the goal is to get to 6-1. It's so cliche, and every single coach talks about it. On to the next, one game at a time. But it's that kind of mentality that makes Solon so great, is that they're not getting ahead of themselves. They're not overlooking opponents. They're not thinking ahead to the postseason. They're thinking ahead to the next game, taking care of business, staying in that moment. And that's going to be important for any team.
Let's head to the phones. Let's check in with Ryan Isley. He has the St. Ignatius Wildcats taking on GlenOak. Ryan, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys, with 5:11 to play, James Andrews of St. Ignatius just barreled over a defender on his way to the end zone for a 7-yard touchdown, giving the Wildcats a 34-17 lead here in Canton. This second half has been pretty much the same as the first half was. Like, GlenOak would move the ball. They got us. They scored. They just can't get it under 10 right now. And with a 17-point lead, and now we're approaching the 4-minute mark to go in the game, Ignatius' defense is just pinning their ears back, and they're coming after everybody hard. It looks like on the 2nd and 15 play, they just got him for about a 3-yard gain. So it looks like now the Eagles are facing another long third down, and the Wildcats are on their way to becoming 6-1 on the season.
Hey, Ryan, have you sensed that that offensive line of St. Ignatius maybe starting to win that battle up front more than they were before?
Oh, that last drive, you could absolutely tell it. It was first on the defensive side. GlenOak had a 3rd and 9. Quarterback rolls out, and a great play on an 8-yard gain by Benjamin Delhy to make the tackle to force the 4th down. They get the ball on the punt, and Ignatius just run, and the offensive line just picking up and carrying the GlenOak defenders backwards, giving them humongous holes for Andrews and Blabinski to run through the last couple of series.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it. And, guys, I can tell you that offensive line is outstanding. I've seen them play. It's nothing that GlenOak, it's not GlenOak not doing well.
Yeah.
It's St. Ignatius's offensive line is that good.
And that's what an offensive line is supposed to do late in a game. They've been beating on you all game long, and then they're just supposed to take over. When you're that big, I mean, you're talking about ranging from 6'1", 285 to 6'6", 315. You should wear a team out. If you're GlenOak, there's no shame in getting worn out a little bit by that line.
This is the time of night where the offensive line's really, really excited because it can do exactly what you were saying, Dan, and the running back gets really, really excited. These are the kinds of times where these guys really, really, really start to get it going and put the game away. They talk about 4-minute drive, 6-minute drive, things like that. That's what St. Ignatius wants to do.
And again, that line is just huge. There's nobody on there too deep. So the starters and the backups, nobody is under 260. And they're all about 6'3", they're between 6 foot and 6'4", and they all can move their feet. They are just loaded at offensive line. Well, you know what? The Mayfield Wildcats will not go quietly. Is taking on the Chardon Hilltoppers, and that Wildcats offense, they're not ready to quit just yet. And Mayfield moving the football and getting it done offensively. Anthony Williams finds Bailey Rotsky. A nice catch by Bailey Rotsky, and that is head coach of Euclid, Jeff Rotsky's son, Bailey Rotsky, catching the touchdown pass an 8-point lead for Chardon. So those Cats, they're clawing their way back into it, and they want to try to get this thing evened up. Just a touchdown and 2-point conversion away from tying the football game.
Really nice throw, really nice catch.
Yeah, and it hasn't been a great year for Mayfield. We talked about that at the beginning. Number 16 in Division II, Region 5. This is after being a playoff team and going 11-2 last year. So this kind of game against Chardon, hanging in there, and last week's last-second win against Brush, being able to get in the end zone, those are things. It's the same program, it's still Mayfield, but there's a new voice in that program. So these kinds of things, hanging in there with Chardon, is something that's going to mean something for them moving forward. Whereas if they would have just gotten blown out by Chardon, and they were down 30-7 at one point against the Hilltoppers, if they would have gotten blown out, maybe then you start to have internal questions. But this is the kind of game where you say, okay, we've got the right voice, we're going in the right direction, we're just not the team that we were last year, and we're not going to be an 11-2 team every single year. It's tough to be an 11-2 team.
Yeah, longtime assistant Ross Bandera becomes the head coach. Larry Pinto's still involved with the program, just didn't feel that he could commit the time that was necessary to be the head coach. Ross has been on his staff a number of years, so the program's basically the same. It hasn't changed drastically. Every coach is a little different, but you kind of sense there's a lot of fight left, a lot of pride left in Mayfield, just not adding up to the wins that they would like, in the one-loss column.
But they've won 2 in a row, and they've won 3 of their last 4.
Right.
So there's momentum there, and there's something to build on there. And let's not forget you're in conference play. So you're still kind of playing for something.
And 2 of the losses coming into tonight's game were by a combined 7 points. So you can look at that and you can say, okay, 3-3, sure, not where we want to be, but 1 play here, 1 play there, 1 stop there, and all of a sudden we're looking right on the doorstep of being a playoff team. Instead, we're 16th in Division II, Region 5.
Well, it really didn't take the Chardon Hilltoppers long to come back offensively. Go figure. Chardon moving the football and getting it done, running the football, and the Hilltoppers answer quickly. It's that Tommy Bednati kid. Look at that.
Power.
That's your quarterback. Kind of a sense where the opening's going to be, and Bednati gets it into the end zone, pushes that lead back up to 2 scores, 44-29. So Chardon, 44, they're right around that 50 mark again.
Yep.
Quarterback not afraid to stick his nose in there either. Good patient run, just carried some guys into the end zone. This is a guy that coming into the game, 942 rushing yards. So I don't know how many he has tonight, but he's creeping up on 1,000 if he hasn't already broken it.
And he's a guy that we touched on. His brother ran the offense, so he understands what needs to be done for the Hilltoppers offense to be successful. What we need to do right now, we need to take a quick time out. The Friday night huddle will huddle back up as games are starting to go final here in Week 7. Dan Lobby from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. We'll be right back after a quick timeout on the Friday Night Huddle.
It's more sports and less Levine live at 6. Then at 7, it's an all-new 11 Warriors report. And at 8, Game Time Ohio. It all starts Tuesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save up to $1,000 on select cool sleeping Tempur-Breeze models while they last. Plus, save hundreds on special purchase Tempur adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. All come with 6 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
Whatever level that he coached, he was a champ. We'll never see that again in sports.
There's just been so many players over the years that have been very special.
Escalating salaries, ringers, grifters. The sport was in danger.
You didn't see another goal like this. The greatest rivalry not only in college football, but maybe in American athletics. This was something that you would lay your life on the line.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle, along with Cleveland.com's Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor. I'm Dave Bacon. One of the things we love here on Friday Night Huddle is we have student reporters, and we have a unique one. Krista DeFini from Independence is a member of the band. She checked in with us on her way to the game. Now we're going to get a unique student reporter update with Krista DeFini doing double duty as a reporter and a member of the Blue Devils marching band. Devils leading 21-14. She cannot forsake her duties as a member of the band, but she is there to get us the point after. 21-14, Independence leading Hawken, as Krista DeFini, our student reporter, gives us that update.
Sometimes you see, like, in the halftime show, you see the kid in the football jersey in the band. I've never seen someone, like, come down from the press box and march in the band, but maybe one day she'll become the first.
I love it. I love we got to get more of the band getting to the game. That might be one of my favorite updates of all time, as they were stuck in traffic.
I wonder if they made it on time. Hopefully they did.
Well, they made it for halftime.
Well, right.
So, but again, a good job for the Blue Devils. A nice, they had the tough game against Kirtland. No hangover. They lead 21-14. So,
and look, they got crushed by Hawken last year, 42-9. Obviously, it was a different year for Independence last year. Go 3-7. They've already got 4 wins coming into tonight, so they topped last year's win total. But again, we talk about there are certain things that every team wants to accomplish, and the bar for some time has been Hawken. Down year for Hawken, no question about that, but the bar has been Hawken. So being able to play with a team like Hawken, being able to hang in there, only lost by 16 against Kirtland, mighty Kirtland. Like, those are things that matter for a team like Independence.
And you can be sure that the players on that team see that. They see the progress.
I would hope so, yeah.
Without question. We're going to check back in with Bryant Kaiser. Joins us on the phone. Cleveland Heights at Bedford. Bryant, what's going on at Bearcat Stadium?
We just started the fourth quarter. It's Cleveland Heights 21, Bedford 18. They got a second and goal at the 2-yard line. Quarterback keeper, see right in the end zone, and we have a touchdown. That was Reggie Harris, 6'2" running back, played a Wildcat formation they had. And now Cleveland Heights are up 27-18. They're waiting on the extra point.
All right.
11:23 to go in the fourth quarter. So this is a big game for Cleveland Heights. I think they rate number 9 in the Division I state playoff poll. So this is going to be a huge victory if they could pull it off. They have beaten Bedford 5 out of the last 6 years. So, Cleveland Heights is really putting on them.
All right, we appreciate it, Bryant Kaiser. We'll check back in with Bryant. 27-18 point after coming for the Tigers. Important to note, Cleveland Heights Division I, Region 1. Bedford is Division II, but previously unbeaten Bedford up high in the AP rankings for Division II state teams, top 5 team, I believe. And so previously unbeaten, getting pushed. Let's see how they respond. Still 11 minutes left, and Bedford definitely has big play potential on the offensive side of the football, so they're certainly not out of it. But a nice job by the Tigers of responding. You know, they 21-18, they cut it, got to within 3, and then Tigers get back on the board.
Yeah, and for Cleveland Heights, he mentioned it, 9th in Division I, Region 1. You can't start letting losses pile up in that region because there are teams like Menor and teams like Hoover, Shaker Heights, teams that are waiting for you to stumble and give them an opportunity to take your spot.
And the good news for the Bearcats already, they've got a win over Division I Berea Mid-Park, another win over Division I Shaker Heights, one more Division I team waiting in Lorain, so that's going to help them in terms of those computer points.
Yeah, you get an extra half-point, first-level point based on the size of the school you beat, Division I being the biggest. Well, let's head out to Hudson's Memorial Stadium. The Stow Bulldogs had a big lead. Hudson Explorers, they're not going to go quietly. It's 6-0. Stow, 5-1. Hudson. There is Colt Pillay throwing it up and grabbing it in the end zone for the touchdown is Greg Maley. And nice job as Hudson hooks up Colt Pillay to Greg Maley. And the Explorers pulling closer, trying to get back to even with the Stow Bulldogs. Stow had opened up, 17-point lead, and Hudson comes back.
This is just a rivalry that I don't think anytime they play it's going to be any sort of blowout. I just think there's so much – it's such an intense rivalry, and they're neighboring communities. Schools are about 10 minutes apart. They don't really like each other that much. This is a rivalry that just is never – you're never going to be able to pull away and get a blowout in this game between these two teams.
Well, in Division I, Region 1, St. Ignatius improves to 6-1 by beating GlenOak. Ryan Isley covered that game, and he had the opportunity to talk with the Wildcats' legendary head coach, Chuck Kyle.
Coach, hard-fought game for you guys tonight. Maybe a little closer than a lot of people thought it was going to be.
Well, they're a good football team. I mean, well, we had 3 turnovers, which we were kind of getting a drive and we turned it over. We got to learn from that. But they're a good running team, especially, and then you have to load up for the run. The kid hit a couple little passes, and that little double pass, tall receiver, he just jumped up and got it, and our guy wasn't tall enough, that's all. So, things to work on, but we're very, very pleased to come out of here, with a win, so it's good.
One of the things tonight that seemed to be in your advantage was the special teams play. You had a number of good kickoff returns, and then the punt, punt, and the kickoff fumble. Right. So special teams tonight were really a big catalyst for you.
It's an important part of our game. It really is. I think it's especially in high school field position. It's hard to drive 80 yards on anybody, and we try to kick off and put it in the end zone, and then do our thing. So. It was a factor tonight. I thought the kids responded. They score, and then we get good kickoff returns and put us on a 40 or 38. So that's good. That's good.
Is this a good challenge for your team heading towards the playoff time because of every game you guys have had in Ohio, you've won by 30 plus. So you get a close game against a team of good caliber. Right. Does that help you going towards the end of the season?
Oh yeah. Well, look at who we got left. I mean, we got Moeller next week, and we got. Xavier and Ed, so we
And that could be, a playoff run. Moeller?
Yeah.
Xavier?
Yep.
Eds. That's how St. Ignatius typically ends their season.
And they're right on the edge, too. They came into tonight 8th in Region 1, so they're kind of in the playoffs right now. And like you said, they're going to have to play a tough schedule to continue fighting to get in there.
As newly appointed commissioner of the Federal League.
I did knight you such.
To talk to GlenOak here for a moment. After this kind of game against St. Ignatius, look, it's St. Ignatius. Things aren't going to get easier. They've got Canton McKinley, they've got Lake, they've got Perry to finish out the season. However, if there's something that GlenOak can say following this game against St. Ignatius is that they did something that no other team in Ohio was able to do. Put up 17 against that defense like St. Ignatius. So being able to score against that defense the way that GlenOak did tonight could give them some confidence going into the last 3 games of the season, which are just brutal for any team.
Right.
Well, any Federal League game is brutal, I'm sure.
And the flip side of that is, they lost their quarterback, Tate Rhodes, in week 2. Mm-hmm. That was a fast guy that he just got it, and he really made that offense go. So they've been kind of trying to adjust and make pieces fit where they can. They found a way to cobble together what they can do offensively to be competitive.
Yep.
So, points again to the Golden Eagles. Scar Garcia has done a nice job with GlenOak. Tonight, that St. Ignatius team is legit, and they're going to give Moeller all they want. The Xavier game is always a battle, and then they play St. Ed's at Cleveland Brown Stadium.
Yep.
And that'll be a great game again this year. That'll be one of the most entertaining games of the season because those are 2 pretty evenly matched teams.
Yeah, and it always is. In a year when they're both really good, it's a really fun rivalry. It's a fun rivalry no matter what, but when they're both really good, it's a fun rivalry. Going back to GlenOak, they lost their backup quarterback, too, in the preseason. They lost him in a scrimmage, so they've really been scrambling at that position.
Yeah, and what they're playing, J.J. Oliveira is a guy that they put there was one of their main wide receivers and defensive backs, just a good athlete. Well, the Menor Cardinals, you didn't think they were going to go away quietly, did you? Medina took the lead momentarily in Menor. Answers. So the Menor Cardinals offense got things rolling, got back into it, and again, Menor needing a win really to keep things going. Tadas Tatarunas, nice job in the pocket, throws, and it is complete. And a nice job extending the ball and getting it into the end zone is Manning Trubisky. That is Manning Trubisky. His brother Mitch is the quarterback out at North Carolina, but a nice job by Manning Trubisky to find the end zone and get into the end zone. And a nice job. You see the Cardinals, if they can pull that out, they're in that mix for that 8th spot. It'll make it a really interesting weeks 8, 9, and 10 in Division I Regional 1.
The biggest beneficiary tonight of GlenOak losing is probably Menor, because GlenOak lost tonight against St. Ignatius, then has those 3 really tough games to finish out the season. If GlenOak goes 1-2, if GlenOak goes 0-3, that could be the spot that Menor ends up taking if Menor wins tonight against Medina and then finishes off the season. So at one time, looking at 2-4 on the year, saying, can we really get into the postseason picture because of their tough schedule? They're still very, very much alive despite it being Division I, Region 1.
And it could come down to who they beat that wins in the final week to give them those second-level points. So, again, Menor Cardinals keep fighting, and, if they don't, if they lose to Medina, playoffs are done. There's no question. They need this win. And don't discount Medina. Medina has been able to throw some offense up on the board pretty quickly themselves. So right now, Menor leading 35-32, entertaining football game as expected.
I mean, Fultz already has 4 touchdowns in the game, so he's doing his part. It's been a quiet night from Jimmy Daw, but that's one thing that you would love to see if you're Medina. Other guys stepping up so it doesn't have to be only Jimmy Daw. And that's what we've seen all season long from the Bees. That's why they came into tonight 6-0. They've got a bunch of different guys that can step up and make a play.
We've got more from Veterans Memorial Stadium in Hudson. The Explorers not going quietly by any stretch. They draw to within a score of Stow. And here, another one of their quarterbacks. That's Jackson Parker throwing it up into the end zone. And it's Greg Maley again. Gets both feet in. Another touchdown for Maley, and the Explorers go for 2 and make it. So Hudson, 25,
See, there's
24.
your 2-point conversion right there. I like that. I like the aggression. You have an opportunity to put some pressure on Stow there with that score. Go for 2, take a chance. Why not? And that was a great throw.
Yeah, it was.
Really great
so we've
throw
seen
catch.
Cole Pillay throw a touchdown pass to Greg Maley. We've seen Jackson Parker throw a touchdown pass to Greg Maley. And William Wallace is playing quarterback too. So not a 2-quarterback system, a 3-quarterback system, but it seems to be working for the Explorers. They now have a 1-point lead on the Stow Bulldogs, one of the top-ranked teams in the state in Division I, and one of the top teams in Division I Region I. So the Bulldogs need to get things going. Time running out in the fourth quarter there.
Hudson, really different team since that blowout loss against Canton McKinley. Really been able to regroup, build some momentum, build some confidence, get something going offensively. 25 points against Stow. I mean, that is something that you don't see very often. The Bulldogs able to hold a Solon team that's scoring on everybody this year, to just 10 points. So for Hudson to have 25 against them, it just shows that, yeah, Hudson came into tonight number 8 in Division II Region 5, but this is a team that is much better than that seeding at the moment.
Well, there's a minute 38 remaining in the ball game over at Veterans Memorial Stadium in Hudson. Excuse me. Let's take a look in as Hudson has taken a 25-24 lead on the Stow Bulldogs.
Here comes Beck. He's picked up. Van Dries has to tuck it away, and he's wrapped up. Going to be a short gain, if anything. Now you're looking at 4th and very long. Clock ticking. Stow not called timeout yet. They've got 1 play and 1 timeout remaining for a chance to get the first down. They're going to save the timeout here and go right at it. 19 on the shot clock. Look at everybody starting to drop back. Sweet dropping back to the 30. Miller dropping back. Paltani's deeper than anybody. And we still might get him. Van Dries barely gets it off, but it's incomplete. And it's 4th down. And it's Hudson ball. Hudson ball with 57 seconds left. It'll be a couple knees.
There was no intentional grounding. Number 21 was in the area.
That's a moot point. You can call grounding if you want or don't call grounding. It's Hudson ball anyway.
So there you have it. The Hudson Explorers defense holds. They take a couple of knees now, and they will pull off an upset as previously unbeaten Stow looks like they're going to fall to the Hudson Explorers. 25-24 the score, under a minute remaining at this point.
That's an impressive win, obviously. There's no doubt about that. And we saw them against Canton McKinley earlier in the year. They struggled. They built that lead, and then they got blown out from there. So to come into this game against Stow, to fall behind, and then to have the guts to go for 2 to take that lead, to basically say, we don't want to go to overtime. We want to win the game right now. You got to give them a ton of credit.
And those last 2 plays on 3rd down and long and 4th down and long, Hudson just brought it. Aggressive mindset. That was the mindset the entire game for the Explorers, it seemed like, including going for 2 right there. So at that point, you don't want to let Van Dries sit there in the pocket, scan the field, get the ball to his playmaker's hands. Try and rattle him. Try and get some pressure. And Hudson was able to get pressure on Van Dries, and he had nowhere to go with the football. It shows that even though Hudson Division II, they can bring it up front. They've got a defense. They've got some power. They've got some strength. That's huge for the Explorers to get all of those points from Division I.
Yeah, and that puts them in line to potentially host a first-round game as well. They're hanging on bottom 4 of that, but they're going to get a big win. And interim coach Jeff Gaw, a great win for him as Ron Wright has stepped aside for a season for medical reasons and personal reasons. So congratulations to the Hudson Explorers, and congratulations to the Menor Cardinals as Menor holds on to win it by 3. Menor comes back and defeats Medina, and yeah, the Cardinals can jump up and down and celebrate. 35-32 Menor beats previously unbeaten Medina by 3. And a big win for the Menor Cardinals. That keeps the playoff dreams going for Menor here in 2016. That'll give them a nice boost in Division I Region I.
And on a day when GlenOak lost, when Stow lost, teams in front of you going down, Menor picks up a big win.
You know what? We've talked about the Federal League. Let's check in as our student from Hoover will give us an update as Hoover and Uniontown Lake is he's going to wrap this one up. Take it away. All right. Well, we'll check back in as we try to reconnect and get that straightened out. But how about the Menor Cardinals?
Yeah.
That was not an easy win, but you didn't expect it with the way that Medina has been playing this year.
And for Medina, the way that they have to look at this one is saying, okay, yeah, this one stings because we wanted to get Menor because Menor got us last year, and we wanted to stay undefeated, and it would have been great to be 10-0 and finish off the season like that, and all those things ancillary now. They've got to put this loss behind them, understand that Shaker Heights is going to be a tough test next week. Then they've got Euclid Solon to finish out the year. So playoffs are not a given, even though they won 6 in a row to start the season. Given their schedule at the very end here, playoffs are not a given, and it's time to recover and rebound quickly here if you're the Bees.
And they came in 4th in their region.
Yeah.
So it's not like they were 6-0 and sitting atop the region. They've still got a ton of work to do against those teams that you mentioned.
Well, now we will check in with Andrew Triner. He is our student from North Canton, Hoover. He will wrap up the Vikings game with Uniontown Lake. Take it away, Andrew.
Soccer team will be in action.
I'm back here at North Canton Hoover Football Stadium tonight. And the final tonight is the Lake Blue Streaks 28 and the Hoover Vikings 14. At halftime, it was 28-7 Lake. Hoover came back in the second half, did score a touchdown late here in the fourth quarter, but were not able to come back from a huge deficit that they faced in the first half. The one touchdown they scored was from junior running back Luke Rykowski. It's a short run. He was able to put points on the board, but unfortunately for the Vikings, Lake still finished on top. Lake played pretty good defensively today, and I think that's why they won. But Hoover really struggled throughout, and that hurt them. Hoover now falls to 3-4, while Lake improves to 5-2. And Hoover will be back.
So 5-2 now for Uniontown Lake, and that's a team to keep an eye on in Division II.
And those 2 losses against Canton McKinley and then Massillon Jackson. So what a way to bounce back for Uniontown Lake coming off that double overtime loss against Canton McKinley. That's one that can really linger, that can stay with you, especially the way it ended on a pass broken up in the end zone. So given all of those things, the emotional loss against Canton McKinley, to be able to recover, rebound, go on the road and beat Hoover, that's exactly what a team like Uniontown Lake had to do tonight, especially with Perry coming up on the schedule, another tough road game.
The other thing that Week 7 so far, as the finals start rolling in, has told us, boy, is it tough to go unbeaten. You see Medina fall by the wayside. Right. You see Stow fall by the wayside. So we're going to take a quick time out as we go to break. Let's take a look at our Super 25, the 25 best teams in Ohio entering Week 7, regardless of division. Here is the Super 25. Plenty of movement in this week's Super 25. The Hudson Explorers move up 2 spots to number 23 after their win over Cuyahoga Falls. Hudson is getting ready for a matchup with the top 5 team, their arch rival, the Stow Bulldogs. Lebanon debuts at number 25 after beating Northmont 35-14. They'll play Centerville tonight. Olentangy moves into the Super 25 at number 24 after shutting out Westerville South a week ago. They'll face Olentangy Orange this week. 6-0 Warren Harding is rolling. They're number 22. The Warriors have a date with Youngstown Boardman tonight. Canton McKinley moves up 3 spots to number 21. The Bulldogs have a meeting with unbeaten Massillon Jackson, a top 20 team, for the top spot in the Federal League this weekend. Massillon Jackson, the Polar Bears, are the top team in Division I Region 1, 6-0. After an impressive win over GlenOak, the Polar Bears climb 3 spots to number 18. Columbus St. Francis de Sales, coming off their 32-8 win over Watterson, moves up 2 spots to number 20. Cincinnati Elder fell to 4-2 after a 31-7 loss to St. Xavier. The Panthers dropped 7 spots to number 19 in the Super 25. Solon moves up 3 spots to number 17. The Comets were impressive, defeating Mentor 37-8. Solon faces Strongsville tonight. Fairfield checks in at number 16 after a 35-27 win over Sycamore. Fairfield gets Mason tonight. St. Ignatius, 5-1 on the year, improves to number 12 this week after a 49-0 shutout over 4-1 Parma a week ago. The Wildcats face GlenOak. 5-1 Trotwood Madison checks in at number 15 after putting 66 points on the board. Fairborn is up this week for the Rams. 6-0 Avon beat Lakewood 42-6. The Eagles move up to 14 and will take on North Ridgeville tonight. Dublin Kaufman moves up to 13. The Shamrocks, no problem with Marysville. They'll face Central Crossing this week. Pickerington Central holds down the 11th spot in the Super 25 for the second week in a row. The Tigers beat Gahanna 20-18 to improve to 5-1. They face Lancaster this week. The top 10 remains pretty much unchanged. The Hobin Knights are 7th. Hobin beat Lake Catholic 41-10 and is getting ready for a pretty good Padua team this week. Upper Arlington, a perfect 6-0, checks in at the number 10 spot. The Golden Bears will face Hilliard Davidson tonight. Olentangy Liberty is 6-0 and holding down the 9th spot. Last week, they beat Westerville Central 24-14. This week, Olentangy Liberty gets Westerville South. Toledo Central Catholic, 6-0 on the year, is ranked 8th. They beat Fremont Ross 35-18 a week ago. They're getting set to take on Toledo St. Francis de Sales this week. And LaSalle was impressive, putting 55 points on the board in their win over Moeller a week ago. The Lancers are ranked 6th. No time to celebrate. They're getting ready for another top 5 team in St. Xavier. Time for the Super 25's top 5. 5-1, St. Ed stays at number 3. The Eagles beat Naperville Central from Illinois a week ago. They have a week off to get ready for a big finish to the season. St. Xavier checks in at number 5. They took apart a very good Elder team 31-7 a week ago. They face number 6 LaSalle tonight. Unbeaten Stow gets backyard rival number 23 Hudson this week after surviving a first-half scare from Twinsburg a week ago. Wayne had no problem with Centerville, beating the Elks 45-8. The Warriors are 5-0-1. They hang on to the second spot. The Warriors will play Beaver Creek this weekend. And Coleraine remains the number 1 team in the Super 25. The Cardinals beat Mason 30-16 a week ago to hang on to that top spot. They get the Middletown Middies tonight.
Thursday nights, it's an all-new Hooley at 5. Then, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. And at 7, we're live with another big high school football game. It all starts Thursday at 5. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to OhioLottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Naturestone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Naturestone.
Installed over concrete, Naturestone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save up to $1,000 on select cool sleeping Tempur-Breeze models while they last. Plus, save hundreds on special purchase Tempur adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. All come with 6 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on more sports and less Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Mattress Warehouse Columbus Day sale is held over, so you can still pay no interest until 2022 on qualifying purchases. Or get our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99 and a free TV. Raise the head, raise the feet for a better night's sleep. Adjustable sets as low as $7.99. Ask about same or next day delivery and 6 years no interest financing. The Columbus Day sale held over this week at Mattress Warehouse.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
It's Friday night!
Friday nights are for high school football. And no one else covers it better than Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Join Neil Sika and Matt Finkus for the biggest moments. He's still on his feet. Top highlights. Check out that hit. And in-depth analysis from around Ohio. High School Blitz. Friday nights at 11 with preview shows on Wednesday. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back inside the Friday Night Huddle, Week 7, and a couple of unbeaten Division I teams in Northeast Ohio go down as Medina loses to Mentor by 3, and then Stow, one of the top-ranked teams in the state in Division I, loses to their cross-neighborhood rival Hudson by a point. So a couple of surprising games here in Week 7.
I think part of it is Mentor is much better than their record. We've talked about that over the weeks, and they got into a shootout with Medina, and they came out ahead, and that's an enormous win for Mentor because their playoff hopes are still alive. And for Stow and Hudson, anything can happen in that game.
Yeah.
You know, those schools are 10 minutes apart, and they don't love each other. So anything can happen when those two schools meet.
Well, you know, we kind of touched on it. Last year was the first year in a number of years that Stow has beaten Hudson. And you can be sure the guys that were part of that remember the feeling for Hudson, and quite frankly, they didn't want to feel that again.
You know what's interesting is sometimes you see a team and there are signs of them struggling going into a specific game, and you say, uh-oh, they might not have it the way that they did at the beginning of the season. There were no signs of that whatsoever from Stow. Stow was rolling into the game against Hudson, but when you go on the road against that caliber opponent, rivalry game, as Dan said, anything can happen. It's stunning to me just because Stow was playing so well going into that game.
Yeah, you know, they did struggle in the first half with Twinsburg, but it was kind of turnovers and what have you. But, you know, a great win for the Hudson Explorers, without question. That will push them up and give them a legitimate shot at hosting a first-round playoff game. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And for Stow, now they go to Geauga Falls. That's another rivalry game. That's actually in Stow. But then they have Brecksville in a couple weeks. Brecksville is undefeated, and they're looking to make a statement. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how this all plays out for Stow.
Yeah, and Medina, we touched on it. They lose to Mentor, and they have some pretty big tests coming up. And the Bees that were 6-0 coming into this week, now 6-1. Playoffs are not a given.
Yeah. And we talked about how much Mentor benefits from not just their win against Medina, that's obvious, but GlenOak losing. In the projections now, the updated projections just moments ago, Division I, Region 1, Mentor goes from number 12 up to number 8. GlenOak goes from 4-5 down to number 9. So for people out there that are looking at it and seeing a team that's number 12 or maybe number 4, like, that's only for right now. Things can change really quick.
Well, they will change as games become final.
Yeah.
Because every time a team that you beat wins, you get second-level points. I want to welcome the folks that are joining us on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel after having watched the Twinsburg-Wadsworth game. What a finish to that game last night is a tie game. Wadsworth Grizzlies' Craig Palladar blocks a punt for a safety inside of 2 minutes, and that's how Wadsworth wins by 2. So,
special teams.
Yeah, you know what? Special teams. But, when we talk about Week 7, and we've kind of touched on it, this is the rehearsal, if you will, for the playoffs. And you know what? It's not the worst thing in the world to lose a game in Week 7 when you're unbeaten, because what you learn is you don't like the feeling of losing.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you the Stow Bulldogs right now know we don't like losing. Let's not do this again.
And they're going to look at that film and they're going to say, we could have done this better and this better. We could have made sure they didn't return that punt for a touchdown to start the game. There's a lot of things that Mark Norrie is going to be able to look at and say, it's a little easier sometimes to teach after a loss than a win, because these guys aren't feeling themselves anymore. They're coming off a tough loss. So it's going to be a little easier to kind of have some teachable moments.
And it's going to be a big moment, I think, for head coach Sutherland for Medina, because, again, this is a team that got off to a great start, 6-0, feeling really good about themselves. One of the best running backs in the area, tons of weapons offensively. Obviously, they're playing with a backup quarterback. They wanted to have John Curtis this year. Didn't happen that way. But now you got to regroup, and you have to regroup quickly because Shaker Heights, Euclid, Solon waiting for you. So at one moment, you're thinking visions of going 7-0, signature win against Mentor after losing to Mentor last year, playoffs even. Now you got to think, okay, one game at a time here, because if we start to get ahead of ourselves, all of a sudden we can go from number 4 in the playoff picture to stumbling all the way out of that thing. So regrouping quickly for Medina is going to be very, very important. Can't let this one linger.
And I would think, based on the way they played against Mentor tonight, they fell behind 21-0. They ended up having the lead, late in the second half. So I would think, again, they'll learn from this, correct some of the things, and keep in mind that Mentor offense is pretty good.
Sure, but this is an emotional one. This is an emotional one. You lose by 3 against Mentor. You're at home. It's the first loss that you've had all season long. So a lot of new things now that the Bees are dealing with here. And there's, again, not a lot of time to sulk, not a lot of time to really let this one sink in, because it's back to work tomorrow to get ready for 4-2 Shaker Heights.
Well, one team that did stay perfect and improves to 7-0, the Chardon Hilltoppers. Tim Bielik is on the phone. He joins us having watched that. Tim, take us through this, wrap this one up for us.
Yep, it is a final. Chardon 44, Mayfield 29. Definitely got a little tight, especially early in the middle of the second half. Mayfield getting to us by as few as 8 points several times. But Chardon always just seemed to have an answer. Tommy Beninandi, 3 rushing touchdowns, looking very comfortable out there. And I think Chardon seemed like they wanted that test. Coach Mayfield, after the game, talking about how he was happy his team was tested. They gave up 29 points, which is only 6 fewer than they had given up the first 6 games of the season combined. So definitely a good test for Chardon. But they stay undefeated. They got 3 games on the road before the postseason comes up.
Tim, you look at it, and Michael Canganelli is a pretty special running back. So there's no shame in what happened to that defense. You impressed with the way they responded, though, being the Chardon Hilltoppers?
Absolutely. I mean, again, it was 23-0 early in the middle of the second quarter, and all of a sudden Mayfield comes right with a 98-yard kickoff return to get on the board. About 3 plays later, John McKnight goes for 20 yards. It's back to a 23-point lead. Mayfield gets it to 8, and then to start the fourth quarter, Chardon gets on the board back at 15. They just keep that lead. They just keep just enough distance to not let Mayfield really challenge them, not get the ball back in comfortable position to have a shot to tie the game in the fourth quarter. So I like the way the Hilltoppers responded. Mayfield definitely was not going to go away in this game. They played hard and hustled for all 4 quarters.
As you look at it, Tim, a lot is made of who the Hilltoppers have played. And as we've talked for a little bit, you can only beat the teams that are on your schedule. And Chardon has done a nice job with managing their schedule and playing well.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the schedule, they only have the only team they play with a winning record so far is West Geauga at 4-3. But you look at who Mayfield's played; they're 3-4, but they have losses to Massillon Jackson. They lost by 6 to Willoughby South. They lost by 1 to Nordonia. So they played some solid teams this season. So it's not. So 3-4 may be a little deceiving, even though obviously if they had this win, they'd be in a much better position to make the playoffs. But Mayfield's definitely a very tough opponent. They beat Chardon twice last year, including in the playoffs. So definitely a very tough test. Chardon passed, and now they're 7-0.
As you look at that Chardon offense, how impressive was it? I know Ben Noddy, his brother, ran it a few years ago. This is an offense that's very hard to prepare for. Did you get a sense of how well the Hilltoppers run this?
Oh, absolutely. Well, the way the backfield motion works, Benanati does it very well. They're able to move the ball around, able to fake the camera out a couple times. With some of those handoffs, got a nice double handoff that went for a touchdown earlier in the game. So if they're faking out someone on the sidelines trying to keep an eye on the action, then they must be doing a good job, because if they can do that, then the defense is going to have a hard time tracking the football as well.
Tim Bielek, great job as always. We appreciate the updates all night as the Hilltoppers 7-0. And, guys, we touched on this a little bit earlier. That wing tee offense, you just cannot simulate the speed of it. And that's why it's so tough to prepare for. Even if you have the scout team running it, they don't run it all the time like these guys have grown up from the time they've been playing football, running it out in Chardon.
Yeah, and it's hard to, how do you get in practice and kind of simulate that? Because your guys don't know how to run that either.
Right.
So you're trying to kind of get them up to speed on it, and it's just all about discipline. And they're going to test somebody in the playoffs. We're going to find out how good Chardon is fast once they get to the playoffs. But they're going to be a tough matchup for somebody right now. And obviously this is all very subject to change within the next few minutes even. But right now Chardon would be hosting a team like Copley.
That would be
a fun game.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting game without question. Well, week 7 of high school football across the Buckeye State. Time for us to take a look in on the scoreboard as seen on cleveland.com. A lot of these games final now. You see from the Senate League, John Hay winning by 5 over Rhodes Glenville, 52-0. No surprise there. Collinwood wins by 8. That Cleveland Heights game, not a final yet. So Cleveland Heights trying to put another one of those unbeatens coming into the week down for their first loss as they lead Bedford. Euclid gets a scare, but they win. That is a final. Where you see the box score, that's final. So 28-21, Euclid beats Elyria. Avon Lake just keeps rolling. Nordonia getting a battle from Cuyahoga Falls. Westlake, Jason Hall's guys rebounding very nicely. Again, that's not a final yet. There is a final. Mentor gives Medina their first loss. We've talked about the Comets. You see Hudson with that 1-point win, and St. Ignatius 34-17. Hey, look at that. Lorraine, a tough one. They win by 1 over Sandusky. Brecksville, Broadview Heights hangs 50. They're unbeaten. So they
keep the shoe.
They survive and are unbeaten. Parma putting themselves in the mix in Division I Region 2 as they beat Valley Forge 21-0. Aurora, Greenman just keep clicking. 49 they put on the board, 49-21 they win. Barberton leading Talmadge. Look at Riverside. trying to beat the Brush Sharks. They lead by 6. Game we just talked about, Chardon 44-29 over Mayfield. And the Copley Indians hand Highland their 2nd straight loss. So Kent Roosevelt leading Garfield Heights. Hey, Federal League, Massillon Perry. That's a final.
That's right.
They beat Green by 5. And Eastlake North leading Kenston. So we've talked about a couple of teams that have gone down to defeat for the first time, and Cleveland Heights trying to hand Bedford their first loss. That's interesting football game.
That's an important game playing out with
Yeah.
what we've seen happen in Region 1. If Cleveland Heights, they really need to hold on and figure out a way to win that game. You know, totally random question for you guys as we're going through those scores. Can Glenville get in the playoffs?
Absolutely. You know, I would have said when they were Division I, when they were in a Division I setting,
right,
they had to win one of their 3 non-conference games. In a Division II setting, it's going to come down to second-level points and how many teams they get with 5-6 wins. They can get in. They need a couple of the teams in their region that are on the fringe to not win. You know, it could very well come down to, you know, does this team win on the last week? Does this team lose based on who Glenville has beaten and who they're fighting for that? They're not going to get a host game. They could sneak in as a 7 or 8 seed.
I mean, right now, and always subject to change, but they're sitting in 11th, and we know they're not going to lose the rest of the season. They're into that Senate League play, so it's highly unlikely they're going to lose. So you'd think they'd be sitting there at 7-3. Interesting to kind of see what would happen. Not a team we've talked about a lot on this show. Interesting to see what will happen with them.
I had thought, you know, the when they were Division I, it was you better win one of those 3 non-conference games or you're not going to get in. In Division II, you need some help at 7-3 to get in, and that's what it's going to take. They're going to need some help. Well, we're going to check in with Bryant Kaiser. Bryant has the answer to the question, who won that Cleveland Heights-Bedford game, as he checks in from Bedford Bearcat Stadium. Bryant, what's going on out there?
Final score, as they are shaking hands right now, Cleveland Heights beats Bedford 34-26.
34.
And Bedford's first loss of the season. Cleveland Heights 5-2. You know, they're like a 9th spot in the Division II playoff poll, so they're a happy bunch of guys right now.
That's a huge win for the Tigers. What did you sense was the difference for Cleveland Heights going against Bedford tonight, Bryant?
It's those big boys, 6'2", 6'5" receivers. I mean, and they pressured Bedford's quarterback Boone all day. The big end. When Boone did finally get some chance to throw, he made things happen, but too many turnovers in the second half. And Cleveland Heights, they just always have Bedford's number. They won 6 out of the last 7 meetings and 2 straight now, so they flexing their muscle right now in the Division II.
All right, Bryant Kaiser, we appreciate the updates all night long. So the Cleveland Heights Tigers under Max Stevens getting it done.
5 straight wins now for Cleveland Heights, and everything turned on a goal line stand against Benedictine. It's amazing how one play can change the outlook of so many teams' season, not just Cleveland Heights, but the other teams in Division I, Region 1, because if not for that goal line stand against Benedictine, you've got Cleveland Heights staring at an 0-3 start. They went 0-4 at the beginning of last year. Maybe they start thinking about that. Maybe they start to have some doubts. Instead, they get the goal line stand against Benedictine. They get all excited about that. They build off of that, which is the most important thing. Now they've ripped off 5 in a row going into a road game against St. Vincent St. Mary. Right there, Cleveland Heights in the mix in Division I, Region 1, based on one stop against Benedictine at the goal line.
Without question. And Bryant Kaiser mentioned their big guys, the big wide receivers and the big targets that the Cleveland Heights Tigers have. One of the biggest is also one of the best. Jaylen Harris, one of the top wide receiver recruits in the country.
The first time he stepped on the football field, Jaylen Harris stood tall and stood out.
You know, believe it or not, his mom actually had to carry his birth certificate to every game because
teams would protest saying that Jaylen was 2 or 3 years older than the kids he was playing against.
Harris is now 6'5", 210 pounds, and he is the best at what he does, play wide receiver.
You got to be very, fine on the field. You got to have crisp routes. Got to be fast, strong, physical. It takes a lot.
The Cleveland Heights senior began the season as the #1 wide receiver prospect in Ohio and the 6th best recruit overall. 24 big-time programs offered him a football scholarship, but he waited to make his decision to help his teammates.
All the schools that offer me or who's recruiting me, they come up and also see my teammates, because when I work out and the schools are here, they also see my teammates. And like I said, I want everybody around me to eat.
Feasting on the attention is Tyreek Smith. The 6'4" junior has 13 offers, even though this is his first year playing football since the 7th grade.
Yeah, I just thought it was surprising. I didn't think they were going to come that fast, but my size and my speed, and my height, and my athleticism, so they're like, yeah, they're going to come fast.
As many as 20 Tigers could land a football scholarship this year, but Harris outworks them all.
You know, I know in the off season he would do our workouts, and then he would go do workouts at another location. And then, you know, he's always the hardest working guy in practice, the hardest working guy in the weight room.
Everybody on my team and everybody else in America got the same opportunity. You just got to take advantage of the things that you do outside of with your team and with the coaches.
By the way, Jaylen said he just happened to be wearing an Ohio State shirt for our interview. And he also admits he has some big dreams that do not require his birth certificate.
My mom and dad kept a ball in my hand, and that was always the main goal, watching the NBA, watching the NFL. So that was always the main goal.
And Jaylen has narrowed his college choices down to 5, and they're 5 pretty good ones. Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan State, Penn State, and Tennessee. Pretty good choices for the young man to play wide receiver. We're going to head to the phones and check in with Patrick Murphy. He joins us from down in central Ohio, Upper Arlington and Hilliard Davidson. Patrick, what's going on with the battle between the Cats and the Golden Bears?
Yeah, the game ended just a few minutes ago, and we talked at halftime. It was 7-7. UA just scored right before the half, and looks like they had a little bit of momentum there, but Davidson came out and ended up scoring 2 touchdowns, kicking a field goal, and keeping UA off the board to win 24-7, and really kind of commanded the time of possession in the second half, and 2 long runs were what they needed to get the touchdowns.
When you look at Hilliard Davidson, we kind of touched on this when we talked to you at halftime. Do you sense that Brian White's guys are hitting their stride right about now and starting to play what you would expect the Wildcats to do?
Yeah, I definitely think you saw that in the second half. You know, I talked to Coach after the game, and he said kind of the same thing, that, you know, their offense wears on people, and a lot of teams don't know what to do. The offense of the opposition gets impatient, wanting to get back on the field. And you kind of saw that when UA was down. Quarterback senior Riley Cooper threw his second interception in the second half on a crucial drive right after the Wildcats had scored. So you could just see that frustration building, and Davidson took advantage, you know, defensively, and then their offense just did what it does.
Patrick Murphy, we appreciate the updates from down in Central Ohio as one of the Super 25, another one of the Super 25 goes down as Upper Arlington defeated by Hilliard Davidson. Well, one of the other unbeatens that fell is the Stow Bulldogs, as the Hudson Explorers come up with a nice win. And Matt Gould has interim head coach for Hudson, Jeff Goff. Take it away, Matt.
6.5 minutes left. What were you telling your guys? Hey, I mean, it's just hang tough. They're an excellent football team. I can't tell you much. Man, I can't even talk right now. I'm so excited.
I know, it's exciting.
Hey, it's just stay the course, not to get too high or too low. I think that first half, we're really hurting ourselves, you know? So it was just trying to keep our emotions in check and stick to the game plan. They did that. Finally came out. We caught a couple balls, and next thing you know, hey, go for 1 or go for 2. You only live once. So let's let it go, you know?
Listen, you're human. You watch a lot of football. Did you feel the momentum sway there? Because it certainly felt like it did.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I think first quarter, you know, with that punt return, it felt like McKinley. It's like, oh no, here we go again. You know, big punt return, stopping them on defense. and then we just start going backwards. And I think even into halftime, it was a little kind of come to Jesus in there, like looking around going, hey, we think we're a pretty good football team. Let's come out second half and let's show it.
We're going to start calling you the Riverboat Gambler. You go for the 2-point conversion. What went into that decision?
Coach Surdy, our offensive coordinator, does a great job, and we believe in our kids. We put them in a position to make plays. They made plays tonight. Greg Maley, huh?
Yeah,
what do you
Greg
think?
Maley. We can put him on the news tonight.
Yeah.
Coach, thanks so much.
Awesome. Yeah, no problem.
Jeff Goff, Coach.
There you hear Jeff Goff, very young-looking interim coach, taking over for Ron Wright. They won it on a 2-point conversion, so that was what they're alluding to right there. Heck of a job. I mean, if you feel like you can do it, go for 2, I say.
And you know what? You could feel the enthusiasm coming out of him. He almost couldn't even talk about the win because he was so excited. He knows how much it means for his kids, obviously, but to be the team to hand Stow its first loss in a rivalry game and to do it in the way that they did, coming from behind and then getting the 2-point conversion, I mean, it's hard to draw up a better script than that for an interim head coach.
Heck of a job as the Hudson Explorers improved to 6-1. The Stow Bulldogs now 6-1 as well. Well, we have an update, a final score from Independence as Independence defeats the Hawken Hawks 28-21, and it's our student reporter from Independence, Krista DeFini, gives us that final score update. Krista, double duty, student reporter and member of the band, and Krista and the Independence Blue Devils band is going to take us to break. You're watching Friday Night Huddle on cleveland.com and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Thursday nights, it's an all-new Hooley at 5. Then, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. And at 7, we're live with another big high school football game. It all starts Thursday at 5. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse. Save up to $1,000 on select cool sleeping Tempur-Breeze models while they last. Plus, save hundreds on special purchase Tempur adjustable bases. Your bed goes up, your bed goes down. But hurry, these won't last long. All come with 6 years, 0% APR financing or a free TV. Nobody gives you more ways to save on Tempur-Pedic than Mattress Warehouse.
There is a place where dreams arise, stars are born, and greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
I now found out where I want to hang out at an Independence game. That was a roller coaster simulation by the Independence Band. I kind of like that.
Can we get her back next week?
Krista, we got
be
her.
a regular reporter.
Hey,
Krista
Independence has earned it.
Absolutely.
5-2.
I want to hear more about the band getting there. That was fun. The roller coaster simulation, that's pretty good. Yeah. Points for creativity to our student reporter, Krista DeFini, Blue Devils, Independence Blue Devils Marching Band. Time for us to check in with Ryan Isley. He joins us on the phone. Ryan watched St. Ignatius defeating the GlenOak Golden Eagles. Ryan, how about that offensive line of the St. Ignatius Wildcats?
Yeah, you know, guys, it's one of those things where the offensive line of St. Ignatius just kind of wore down the GlenOak defensive line as time goes on. You know, it's kind of the same thing we see in college football week in, week out with teams like Alabama, whose offensive line are just so much bigger than the defensive lines they're facing. That felt like the case again tonight with this Ignatius offensive line up front. They really just pushed and had their way with the GlenOak defense, especially there in the fourth quarter as they capped off that 34-17 victory.
When you look at it, you know, GlenOak had lost their starting quarterback back in week 2 against Massillon. This is a team that's found a way to be competitive, and certainly they were competitive with St. Ignatius tonight, kind of hanging in there and making it a very interesting game.
Well, I think it's underrated how competitive they really were. If you start looking at St. Ignatius' schedule this year, this is the first team from the state of Ohio that has played Ignatius that has not gone to a running clock in the second half. Ignatius has won every game against state of Ohio opponents by at least 30. The first team that scored more than 7 against St. Ignatius in a game is Ignatius had 4 shutouts in 5 Ohio games coming into this evening, and the only game that they'd given up points, they gave up 7. So tonight, I think, is a big step for GlenOak, and it's a message for GlenOak that they can compete with teams like St. Ignatius. I think coming in, everybody thought this was going to be a blowout, and GlenOak fought and fought. The coaches, you know, I talked to Coach Garcia after the game, and he said that, you know, he told his kids this week, we just want you to fight. Fight as hard as you can and fight till the end. And he said he felt like they did that. He said he felt like they played stupid a couple times, and that cost them points, and it cost them a couple big plays at the end of that first half. But for the most part, he seemed to be pleased with the fight and the grit that his team played with tonight.
Absolutely, Ryan. I think this is definitely, you know, a learning experience for the Golden Eagles. You guys have the talent to be there. You can't make mistakes when you're playing against good teams. Mistakes, self-inflicted wounds always hurt you against a good team.
Absolutely, and it wasn't just the couple of special teams blunders tonight for them. There were a couple of dropped passes, a couple of blown assignments, just little things that, you know, may seem little as they happen, but in the big scheme of a game like this, when a 17-point game could have been a 3-point game. And then you've got a whole new ball game because you don't know what Ignatius is going to do in a close ball game because we haven't seen them in a close game yet this year. So I think for GlenOak, had they made a couple of those plays, they could have tested Ignatius even more to see if Ignatius can respond, because the only time Ignatius has been in a close game this year, they came out on the losing end.
Ryan Isley, we appreciate the updates. Great job, as always, is Ryan Isley keeping us abreast of GlenOak from Chris Fedor's Federal League and the St. Ignatius Wildcats. I think Ryan was spot on with it.
Yeah.
Definitely, if you're Coach Garcia, you should be happy with the way your team competed.
Yeah, but here's the other thing for GlenOak. The playoffs started basically today.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about how competitive that region is. And this loss hurts, because you've got teams like Menor coming. You've got other teams kind of coming up behind you trying to take Cleveland Heights, trying to come up and take that spot. So now you're 4-3. You've got a difficult schedule remaining. And you're really in the playoffs right now. Maybe you can afford a loss, but you don't want to have them start piling up at this point.
The good news is you've got those tough tests coming up. St. Ignatius showed you what you can do when you eliminate mistakes.
Right.
You win those games, and those are, those are playoff point games, no question.
And Ryan talked about the message from head coach Scott Garcia, just saying, show that you belong against St. Ignatius, because the truth of the matter is, last week against Massillon-Jackson, GlenOak did not play like they belonged on the same field as their opponent, Massillon-Jackson, the #1 team in Division I, Region 1. So tonight they showed that they belonged with St. Ignatius. Did they lose? Yes. Did they lose by double digits? Yes. But this is a team in the Golden Eagles that has had a lot go wrong for them. I mean, their quarterback hasn't played quarterback since junior high school. The guy that they have as their running back, Elijah Ladson, was a linebacker. So it's not that their new quarterback, J.J. Oliveira, can't play the position, but he was one of their best wide receivers. So not only have you weakened in a way quarterback because you lost your top two, but you've taken away one of your best wide receivers too, and the guy that the quarterback's supposed to be throwing to is playing quarterback. So it's just a lot that GlenOak is having to deal with right now. So to hang in there against St. Ignatius and fight to the end, it might seem small, it might seem petty, but it isn't. It's something to build on going into a tough game against Canton McKinley.
Yeah, I mean, I think without question, Coach Garcia has to be pretty happy of the way his guys fought, and it could be good things ahead with those final 3 games that they have as well. Well, one of the big upsets, we'll call it an upset, of the night, 5-1 Hudson brings down 6-0 and highly ranked in Division I Stow. And Matt Gould had the chance to talk with quarterback Colt Pillay, who threw the winning touchdown pass to Greg Maley.
Left, and you guys pulled this comeback.
Yeah.
What's going through your head? Is there any doubts?
I mean, obviously they went up 24-7, and we have great leaders on this team like Alex Beck, Jared Cole, Joe Sweet, and countless other guys like Adam Mahalik. And they really just at halftime and during the game, they really just pushed us and pushed the underclassmen to make plays and do better, because it really comes down to all the seniors are going to play great, their experience, the underclassmen have to make some plays along with it.
Where do those 2 passes to Greg rank late in the game?
Probably best 2, because it didn't get many. I got 1 last year, this year. I mean, it was a great experience.
Who's the holder for you guys on extra points?
Me.
You are?
I'm the holder,
So that's why I asked, because what's going through your mind when the decision comes in to go for 2? Did you know they were, or were you
I did not know. I mean, we're aggressive like that, so there was doubt in my mind that we weren't going to kick it. And when they called Jackson out and they called our play, I liked it. I liked the aggressiveness because I wanted to win that game right then and there, and it worked, so we got the win.
It's no different than when you guys shuffle in and out in your packages, basically, right?
Pretty much, exactly. So we're used to it, yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
Just that these are a great group of guys, and that we really work hard, and we hope to keep on playing and keep on getting better and go as far as we can.
Cool. So Colt Pillay threw the winning touchdown pass or the tying touchdown pass, technically, to Greg Maley, then involved in the 2-point conversion that won the game as Hudson fell behind 24-7, as you heard him mention, to Stow, came back and won it 25-24.
And I still love going for 2 there. Obviously, that's easy to say in hindsight because it worked, but you have 2 choices there. Tie the game, go to overtime against a team that has been better than you for most of the game, or take that 1 shot to win the game At home. Nothing to lose, right?
No.
Go for the 2. I love it. I love that decision.
And how about the attitude of Hudson going down 24-7? He talked about it right there. You know, we have these great leaders. They've been in a similar situation. Maybe some of us haven't, but they have. We fed off of them. 24/7 against Stow, for most teams,
pack it in and you're done. Yeah.
Curtains. Over with.
Where are we going to eat?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Who are we taking to the prom? Whatever you want to start looking ahead to, that wasn't the mindset for Hudson. And they did it with offense, too. Yep. Offense that has been rotating quarterbacks, some questions about that.
Well, two of the quarterbacks threw touchdown passes to Greg Maley.
Right, and then William Wallace comes riding on his horse, and he gets one, too. So just what a performance by Hudson. I would say, the best performance of the night for anybody, and there have been a bunch. But that, coming back from 24/7 against a team like Stow, it's incredible.
Well, one team that avoided the upset bug that was unbeaten was the Brecksville Broadview Heights Bees. They keep a perfect record, 7-0, and we had a chance to catch up with their head coach, Jason Black.
I feel good. It's always nice to beat your rival. It's always nice to beat them on the road. We play for a tangible trophy, so that's nice to continue to have that now for the 4th year in a row. So I feel very good. I feel very comfortable.
How do you feel about your team's performance?
I was pleased with it. At the very beginning, it's a rival game, so we're going to have some nerves, we're going to have some jitters. Things aren't always going to go well right off the get-go, but our kids fought through it. We're able to execute the plays and play really what the game plan asks them to do. And it's a tribute to the kids. They really do. They did a great job. What's that again? Sorry. You can always have improvements with what you're doing. Every time we have the football, we should score. So we're able to do that. You can always improve on your tackling, techniques, and that stuff. So we definitely could improve on a lot of things. Right now, I'm not focusing on the just focusing on the win that we got today.
All right.
That interview, courtesy of our North Royalton student reporters, Cameron Jenisic and Valerie Garrett. Well done, young ladies, as they go and interview the opposing coach who won. So heck of a job by our student reporters from North Royalton, Cameron and Valerie. Good job. And good job for the Brecksville Beasts. Underappreciated, but 7-0 nonetheless.
Kind of over here just kind of waving their arms in the air. Hey, pay attention to us. 7-0. I know maybe we've talked about this all night. It doesn't matter who you play. It matters that you go out and get the wins.
Yep.
Everything will sort itself out eventually. But right now they're 7-0. They've got Wadsworth, Stow, Hudson. So now they've got a chance to say, look, we belong in any discussion against any division.
We're going to step aside and take one final timeout in the Friday Night Huddle for Week 7. When we return, we'll preview a game with a couple of Super 25 teams tomorrow. We'll also take a look at how the Super 25 did tonight. Friday Night Huddle will be right back.
World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone. We'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Monday night is the night for Ohio Sports Talk, and it's all on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. At 6, the self-proclaimed voice of truth and reason takes your calls live on More Sports and Less Levine. Then at 7, Dave Bacon and the boys unload on the week in sports on Armchair Quarterbacks. And at 8, Bruce Hooley's out to make you the smartest sports fan around. Ohio's biggest night in sports talk. Monday nights only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
The Mattress Warehouse Columbus Day sale is held over, so you can still pay no interest until 2022 on qualifying purchases. Or get our best-selling Sealy Pillow Top with gel foam, just $4.99 and a free TV. Raise the head, raise the feet for a better night's sleep. Adjustable sets as low as $7.99. Ask about same or next day delivery and 6 years no-interest financing. The Columbus Day sale held over this week at Mattress Warehouse.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
It's Friday night.
Friday nights are for high school football. And no one else covers it better than Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Join Neil Sika and Matt Finkes for the biggest moments. He's still on his feet. Top highlights. Check out that hit. And in-depth analysis from around Ohio. High School Blitz. Friday nights at 11 with preview shows on Wednesday. Only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Welcome back to the Friday Night Huddle, Week 7, along with Dan Lobby and Chris Fedor from cleveland.com. I'm Dave Bacon. Time to take a look at how the Super 25 performed here in Week 7, and there will be some changes without question. Lebanon defeats Centerville in the GWalk by 14. Olentangy goes down to crosstown rival Olentangy Orange. One of the big upsets that we were tracking, number 23 Hudson defeats number 4 Stow by a point by going for 2. Warren Harding, they're a team to keep an eye on in Division II. They defeat Youngstown Boardman, big win over Boardman. McKinley will play Jackson, as my commissioner of the Federal League, Chris Fedor over here knows. A Federal League matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll have a preview of that in a few minutes. Columbus, St. Francis de Sales, no problem at all with Trenton Edgewood as they win 48-21. Elder defeats Moeller by 2 in one of those GCL South battles. You see number 18, Jackson will take on McKinley. Solon, no problem at all with Strongsville. Take a look at the Mason Comets. They lose to Coleraine by 14 last week. This week they come back and they get number 16 Fairfield by 4. 21-17, the Mason Comets defeat Fairfield. As we look at the top 15, Trotwood, Madison, no problem at all with Fairborn. Avon, not a problem with Lakewood. Dublin Kaufman shuts out Central Crossing. We've already discussed how GlenOak hung pretty tough with St. Ignatius, but number 12, St. Ignatius wins by 17. Pickerington Central defeats Lancaster by 20, so they improved to 6-1. LaSalle defeats St. Xavier by 3. Hobin 20 better than Padua. Take a look at Toledo Central Catholic. Time to keep an eye on the Fighting Irish as they hang 50 on a pretty good St. Francis de Sales team. Olentangy Liberty improves to 7-0. We heard Patrick Murphy update us on this. Upper Arlington's first loss of the year, but Hilliard Davidson, one of those teams that's always hanging around there and always in the mix for the playoffs in Division I. St. Xavier, as we mentioned, loses to LaSalle. Stow loses to Hudson, so 2 of the top 5 lose. St. Ed's an open week. They've got a couple of tough games coming up. Wayne, no problem at all with Beaver Creek. And as expected, Coleraine, a perfect 7-0. As they have no problem at all with the Middletown Middies 47-8, the top-ranked Cardinals moving on. What jumps out at you about Super 25 that we just ran through?
I think the Cincinnati area teams behind Coleraine are all just beating each other up.
Yeah.
Right when you think
it's usually the way it works.
Yeah, it is. But right when you think, okay, St. Xavier is the team that has now become the second best team in Cincinnati behind Coleraine, all of a sudden LaSalle gets them. And it was last year when St. Xavier ended LaSalle's 14-game winning streak. LaSalle obviously remembers that, beat St. Xavier. Moeller gets crushed last week, comes back, gives Elder a test this week. So it's all those other teams beyond Coleraine. Coleraine has separated themselves from the rest of the Cincinnati area teams that are just beating each other up.
Well, how about Mason? Let's give them a little
Yep.
more credit. They've hung tough against Coleraine. Got a win this week, but the two things that stand out to me, I guess the one thing is I mentioned at the top of the show, the top 11 were all kind of holding strong all season. Well, we finally got a break in that with Xavier losing and Stow losing.
Way to go, Dan. Is there anybody else you want to jinx while we're doing this?
When's St. Edward's? Who's St. Ed's got next
No,
week?
Dan, no. I'm not even going to go there. Nope.
You look at it, the other thing that kind of, you mentioned Coleraine, but those Cincinnati teams, by the time they get to the playoffs, your Xaviers and your LaSalles and your Elders are pretty well battle-tested. Now, Moeller's a little bit of a different story because they've got, they just continue the brutalness because they play St. Ignatius in Columbus. So they meet halfway next Friday night and play, instead of a 4-hour bus ride for either of those teams, they'll both take a 2-hour bus ride and play at Otterbein. So Moeller's a team that's going to need to win a couple of big games to get into that Division I Region 4, which is every bit as brutal as Division I Region 1.
Right. And the other thing that stands out to me, Upper Arlington against Hilliard Davidson. Hilliard Davidson, a team that came into tonight's game, lost 2 games, but if you dug a little bit deeper, you would see that the combined record for those 2 losses, 11-1. So coming into the game, people said the OCC, the bar for the OCC, is Davidson and doubling Kaufman, and Upper Arlington was trying to see, okay, do we measure up? Are we ready to take that next step? Lost to Hilliard Davidson twice last year, once in the regular season, once in the postseason. Coming to tonight's game against Davidson, undefeated, feeling good about themselves, coming off a blowout win, and still can't get over that Hilliard Davidson hurdle. It's now 10 straight for Hilliard Davidson beating Upper Arlington. At one point, you just have to wonder, when is it going to happen for Upper Arlington?
Yeah, and you know what? That's the offense that Brian White and the Wildcats run. It's very hard to prepare for. They run it very well. Obviously, they're starting to find their groove, and even Brian White had said earlier in the week, I think we're starting to play our best football. That's not good news if you're down in Central Ohio. If Brian White's saying, hey, we're starting to put it together, it's like, hope they were on our schedule early in the year because we don't want to play them late in the year if they're starting to put it together.
What's interesting, too, is I think a lot of these Division I schools are starting to feel the pinch a little bit because the last couple of years they've had those 2 16-team regions. So you had the same number of teams making the playoffs, but it was a little bit easier if you're a really good team. Like Menor, for example. It was a little easier for them to take some losses and get into the playoffs. Well, now they're in this really difficult Region 1 where only 8 teams get in. Some of these teams are going to start to feel that pinch a little bit as we go through these final 3 weeks.
It's funny, too, going back to Brian White's comments. A lot of coaches say, hey, we're going in the right direction or we're very, very close. For him to say that, coming off of last week's win, and then going out and beating up Arlington, you understand, okay, that wasn't just lip service. That was a coach that knows his team well, sees what they were doing right, sees what they weren't doing right, and is ready to take that next step as the playoffs roll around.
The other thing is there's a number of unbeaten teams who have now lost. And you know what? That's not necessarily a bad thing if you're one of those teams because it shows you, one, we're not invincible. It takes all the pressure and all that thought of, hey, can we have a perfect season?
Yeah.
Get rid of that.
Yeah, right.
Worry about playing, doing the things you need to do to win, and getting into the playoffs and starting to roll.
And now you get to see how you respond. Because for a team like Stow, okay, Geauga Falls isn't having a great season. But that's the real big rivalry for Stow, right? That's a big rivalry game next week. And then they have Brecksville. So you get to see kind of how Stow responds. You get to see how St. Xavier responds. You get to see how for Medina, you get to see how Medina responds.
That's going to be a challenge. Medina is entering the toughest part of their schedule right now, and they do so coming off a loss because those Menor Cardinals played with a sense of urgency that a team that's fighting for their playoff lives plays with.
Yeah, and going back to the whole undefeated, non-undefeated, I would love to talk to a number of coaches and just ask them, would you rather be undefeated or rather have that loss going into the postseason? And I'm just guessing here. I would guess that coaches would say they'd rather have that loss, if they can still get into the playoffs, of course. And players would probably want that undefeated thing. That probably matters to them. For Medina, it's going to be very, very interesting to me. This is an emotional loss. This is a Menor team that got them last year as well. This was at home. It was 3 points. They fought their way back. They
had
took
the
the
lead,
lead
yeah.
again. Then they lost the lead. It's going to be interesting to me to see how the players respond from that kind of emotional loss, because they have not felt a loss so far this year. And now you've got Shaker Heights, Euclid, Solon to finish out the season, and a team that looked in the driver's seat to probably get a home game in Division I Region 2 is all of a sudden
they're in a fight.
Yeah,
They're in a
big
fight.
time fight. You can't go 6-4 and make it in Division I Region 2.
No, but you can probably go 7-3. 7-3
Probably.
puts you in the conversation. 8-2, and you're likely in. And you're, if you win out, you're probably still in line to potentially get a first-round home game. Well, we have a battle of Super 25 teams that will take place tomorrow in the Federal League, Chris's league. It's Canton McKinley taking on Massillon Jackson.
How did this happen?
Never gets old.
Our Darian Burton, student reporter from Canton McKinley, had a chance to sit down with the Bulldogs head coach Dan Reardon to preview the Bulldogs matchup with the Polar Bears.
Going up against an undefeated Jackson team, how important is this game?
Well, it's going to put one of us in the driver's seat for the conference championship, and we're both 3-0 in the conference, and again, it's whoever wins this game is in the driver's seat. Whoever loses is hoping that someone else beats someone else to get back in the running. So,
Exactly.
we want to control our own destiny, and we talked about that with the team yesterday, and it's a big game.
Yeah, of course. This Saturday night, the Bulldogs host Jackson at Central Catholic Stadium. Both teams enter the game with 3-0 records in Federal League play. What's the game plan to stay undefeated in the Federal League?
Well, I think we just have to do the things that got us where we are, and we need to take care of the football. We didn't do a great job of that the other night. We need to take care of the football, create some takeaways on defense, and we always talk to our guys about win the rushing yards battle, and that means our defense has to contain them, and our offensive line and our running backs have to do a great job.
Well, and there you have it. The Bulldogs, Canton McKinley, one loss on the year. Jackson unbeaten on the season, and that's a big game as far as positioning goes as well. Obviously, Menor wants the team that is unbeaten to keep winning. Push the team with one loss down. So there and those are the type of things that will eventually go into deciding who gets that number 8 spot in Division I Region 1. It's going to come down to, which teams beat teams that have more wins. That's second level points.
And we talked about it with Brecksville, a team that's kind of waving their arms around saying, look at us. Well, Jackson is kind of doing the same thing, and part of that is because they've only played so far one Division I team. That was GlenOak, and they beat them by 25 points. So a lot of people are going to be paying attention tomorrow to see how they do against a team like Canton McKinley that is viewed as a team that has the ability to win that region. This is a good chance to see just how good Jackson is.
I think it's also a danger spot, too, for Jackson, because that one signature win that they have that Dan talked about, GlenOak, although Uniontown Lake, you can't sneeze at that.
No,
Perry, you can't sneeze at that. But if you're Division I Region 1, you're talking about Lake being Division II Region 7 and Perry being 2-7 as well. GlenOak is Division I Region 1. And the danger right now for Massillon Jackson is that for GlenOak, look, that's a tough schedule to finish out the year, and you start to wonder, okay, are they going to get those wins at the end of the year?
Are they going to get us enough points?
Yep. Exactly. So if Jackson gets McKinley tomorrow, then, okay, control your own destiny. You're in the driver's seat. If you lose to McKinley, now a lot of your playoff hopes is going to lie in the hands of GlenOak. It's just a tough spot to be in with that schedule for the Golden Eagles coming up.
Important to note, McKinley lost in week 1 to Hobin. We know the type of team Hobin is. Then they fell behind against a Hudson team. They fell behind 16-0. They put 51 straight points on the board and ended up beating Hudson, who just beat Stow. So McKinley has the pieces to be a really good team. If you put 51 points on the board against the type of defense that Hudson normally plays, you're pretty good.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, McKinley has only played one Division I school too. Now Hobin,
D3 kind of masquerading.
Division 3,
Yeah.
but we saw what they did against St. Edward. But if we're going to point that out with Jackson, we should point that out with McKinley too. So again, Jackson, a chance to go and prove they don't have to win the game. I mean, you mentioned obviously the playoff implications if they lose.
Might have to.
But if they take on McKinley and they show that they belong on the same field as them, I think that goes a long ways from a confidence standpoint for them and for people like us kind of looking at them and saying, all right, who are you, Jackson?
Right. Yeah, without question. Well, we're wrapping up Week 7. Time to take a look at some more scores as brought to us by cleveland.com. And Willoughby South beats Madison 36-21. Maple Heights, that's not a final yet. The ones with box score next to them are listed as finals. So Maple Heights a 21-12 lead on Shaw. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, a nice win over Walsh Jesuits as Warriors continue to struggle to score points, though. 21-3, NDCL beats Walsh Jesuit. How about those Avon Eagles? Mike Elder's team, one shy of 50 on the board against North Ridgeville. 49-20 they win. Midview, it's a close game against Olmsted Falls. I'm going to say they only scored 28 points.
Right.
We expected more of a basketball score than that, didn't we?
Olmsted Falls scored 75 last week. We were thinking something in the 50s, folks.
So 28-21, Midview beats Olmsted Falls. Rocky River 44-7 over Normandy. Keystone a 7-point win over Brookside. Columbia beats Clearview 30-21, the final. Firelands leading Wellington 35-7. Woodridge. The Bulldogs for real. They're growling out Peninsula way as Woodridge 63-7. They beat Field. Sharon defeats Holy Name 28-14. Orange hangs on and beats West Geauga by 10, 28-18, the final. Perry puts 55 on the board. That's Perry Pirates, good football team. 55-13, they beat Geneva. Mogador rebounds with a 42-10 win over Southeast. Look at that one, Coventry and Streetsboro, a tight one. Coventry leading the Rockets 25-21 the score in that one, but that is not a final at this point. Buckeye beats Black River by 10, 17-7. The final. Springfield leading Cloverleaf 17-0. Hobin, as we got an update on that one, and they defeat Padua 30-20. Look at that, Lake Catholic with a nice win over Benedictine. Carter Wheelo's guys got a big win last week, but unable to follow up as the Cougars defeat Benedictine 27-20. The final. Ravenna leading Norton. That is not a final yet as Ravenna leads by 10 over Norton. Take a look at St. Vincent, St. Mary, the Fighting Irish.
Hanging on.
Not ready to die in their playoff hopes just yet. They keep winning. They beat Winton Woods 23-17. The Fighting Irish defeats Winton Woods tonight. Bay defeats Elyria Catholic by 2 touchdowns, 14-0. Ooh, Chagrin Falls almost put 70 up on the board.
Old school Chagrin score right there from a few years ago.
31. From the days of Brian Rubisky. Chagrin Falls there.
How about Mogador? 650 wins for that program now.
Yeah.
And come across on Twitter.
Tough for Benedictine. Benedictine's coming off the big win last week against Notre Dame Cathedral Latin. Feel like, okay, this is the moment that we've been waiting for. DeCavalon Reese looks like DeCavalon Reese. He looks healthy again. Okay, that could have been their springboard to trying to make a run at one of those playoff spots in Division III, Region 10, and now the stumble against Lake Catholic with Padua on the horizon. Tough spot for Benedictine. It looked like that was going to be the win last week that propelled them. Instead, they couldn't build on it.
Well, let's take a look at some more scores. Again, we'll head back to the pages of cleveland.com to update the scores. Berkshire puts 55 on the board against Richmond Heights, 55-6 they win. Lutheran West, a 31-6 win over Brooklyn. No report in from Kirtland and Cardinal. And
I could guess.
Yeah, I'm guessing
just knowing it's Kirtland.
Kirtland's pretty good.
Yeah.
This just in. Kirtland they're pretty good playing
The only
football.
problem for Kirtland is that it's 2016. It's an even year. An even year for Kirtland means runner-up as opposed to state championship.
How about 42-14, Kirtland?
All right, Kirtland, there you go, 42-14, not pictured on our scoreboard, but Dan Lobby has checked that out. Fairless, 39-7 over Tuscaroras Valley. There you see a big scoring game. Crestwood defeats Garrettsville Garfield. We told you about Independence with the, I love the roller coaster simulation from the band. Well done, Blue Devils band. Akron, Manchester, Jim France just keeps winning over there. Look at that, 42-7 over Orville. And you know you're a really good football coach when you're still coaching and they name the stadium after you. That's a sign that you've done things pretty well.
Yeah.
As Jim France coaches in Jim France Stadium over at Manchester. Rootstown, 2-point win over Waterloo. These are not finals now. Triway leading Tuslaw by 7. Canal Fulton Northwest leading Warrensville Heights 17-6. Wycliffe, well done Blue Devils as they rebound after that tough loss. They beat Harvey 62-18, and you saw Cuyahoga Heights defeated Fairport Harding. We've got about 3 minutes left in the show. Biggest takeaway from Week 7.
Well, first of all, let me say this. Not a lot of people talking about Cuyahoga Heights, but 7-0.
So now you are.
I am. Biggest takeaway, I mean, it's got to be, to me, Hudson. Beating Stow, knocking them out of the undefeated ranks. I think a much-needed win for the Explorers. They're 6-1 now. That's a huge win.
Menor to me, beating Medina, handing Medina its first loss of the season. And for Menor keeping the playoff hopes alive, this is a team that started 2-4 on the season, but it wasn't your normal 2-4 because there were losses against St. Ignatius, St. Xavier, Euclid, Solon mixed in there. And this is the reason why a team like Menor tests themselves at the beginning of the season, front loads that schedule so that they can be ready if they get to the playoffs, and that's always the goal for Menor. They can be ready for what's going to be ahead. They're better because they lost some games but were willing to test themselves at the beginning of the season. And maybe if they didn't do that in a situation where they're trailing against Medina, maybe they don't come from behind and win at 35-32. But because they've been in wars against St. Ignatius, St. Xavier, Euclid, teams like that, they're ready for tonight against Medina.
Well, the other thing is the Cardinals are now the biggest Medina Bee fans that exist other than the Medina Bees themselves. I'll go with you and say Hudson. Hudson wins it on a 2-point conversion. They win it by a point, 25-24, and they win it on a 2-point conversion. And here is the 2-point conversion. Jackson Parker is the quarterback. And Parker throws it up into the end zone, and it's grabbed, and it's Maley again. Greg Maley had a couple of touchdown receptions, caught that 2-point conversion, and that's the difference. The 2-point conversion as Jeff Goff gambles, and it pays off.
And look, that was a play that looked like it took a little time to develop because you had crossing from one side of the field to the other side of the field. And I thought the quarterback did a really good job fading backwards, buying himself some time. But I also thought the offensive line by Hudson, something that really helped them, the offensive line, the defensive line, recover from a double-digit deficit against Stow, showed again right there that when they needed to, they blocked just long enough to give their quarterback a chance.
Well, that's going to do it for Week 7, so congratulations to all the teams that pulled off upsets. If you were the team that experienced your first loss of the season, nothing to be ashamed of. Just remember, you don't like the feeling? Go out and work harder and make sure you correct that in Week 8. I want to thank everybody that tuned in. I want to thank all our student reporters. Had some great job by the young folks that want to do what we do and are bringing us updates every Friday night. Coming up on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Varsity Blitz with Neil Sika and Matt Finkus. For Dan Lobby, Chris Fedora, both of cleveland.com, I'm Dave Bacon. We'll see you again next week right here in the Friday Night Huddle.